What's up, you fuckers? Kai, probably radical. Hey there, travelers. Though, quite frankly, I'm a fan of just saying, what's up there, you fuckers? Either way, RV with the first, Kaiser with the second, it seems like, at least in chat. So, welcome, you guys. Yeah. Oh, hey there, premarital. Congratulations on the abortion thing. That was a big win for your part of the world. That was probably not an easy one to push through either. So, mad props. What's up, you radical fuckers? Hey, devil. Yes, clearly. It's been working out great. Oh. Just had to suck some senatorial dick. Hey, do what you got to do to get the job done, right? You know, it worked. So whatever dick you were sucking was the right dick, and you were doing a good job. So here's your dick sucking prowess, premarital. I'd like to know when capitalism has worked. As we can see, my pupils are back to like normal sized from the Monday dilated pupil episode. Yeah. The YouTube cover on that one is me fucking doing that. Oh. Hey, Taz. What's up? I'm rearranging stuff behind me. As you can see, I don't like how this is out of symmetry right now. But so kind. But there's gonna be some like other stuff here. Let me get you a. There you go. Labor creates all wealth, and then that one over there is actually the White Rose Society. Which, if you know me, you know my adoration for Sophie Scholl and her compatriots, but especially Sophie. There's a couple more that are going to go up as well. Probably another one over there. And then I'm going to move some of this stuff to over there. But for real, how are you, brother? I'm okay. It's about best I can do these days is I'm managing. Voice is a little rough. My neuropathy flares different portions of my body at different times, right? It's fucking weird like that. And so sometimes it's my throat. Sometimes it's my hands. Sometimes it's my whole body. Sometimes it's my face. Yeah. Today, it seems this week at least, it's shaping up to be my throat, which for me is a super bummer, right? Like, it's one thing I've learned to live with the burning feet and shit like that. It is what it is, but when it affects my throat, it's always it does a number on me. 1, physically, 2, the stream, but 3, mentally, because the stream is an outlet for me. It is a methodology for me maintaining my sanity to a certain extent. So it's always rough when that happens. Coronavirus is the biggest threat to capitalism since the Great Depression. How is capitalism supposed to keep going if all the third world to stay inside away from easy drone locations? Hey, Bush. My bestie has some strange neuropathy issues. I hear it's a bitch. It is. Hey, Bush. It is a bitch. It's life-changing. It is... It's something I would only wish on the likes of somebody like Mitch McConnell or Steve Mnuchin, people who really deserve it. But yeah, it's a motherfucker. Don't get me wrong. In the words of every one of my neurologists, my version of neuropathy, small fiber neuropathy, it won't kill you. It'll just make you wish you were dead. So that tells you everything you need to know about it. I'm having trouble streaming in 1080. My stream or your own stream? Because, let me check. Yeah, it looks like, it looks like the auto resolution isn't available for me or affiliates right now. So that's an on-demand thing. Partners get guaranteed access to the ability for their viewers. Fair enough, Bush. No worries. Yeah, the quality options have been seemingly limited as of late. Well, take a screen grab, take a screenshot, and then you can just stare at that screenshot. It's some weird frozen repose while you listen to audio. But I'm sorry the video isn't working for you. Yeah, no, it's a dynamic it's not distributed, but it's a dynamic system. It's going to be different for everybody in that regard. Especially since I know it isn't on my side. I'm not dropping any frames. Yeah, literally 0 drop frames. So it's fine going out my pipe. But is what it is. How's everybody else? How's everybody doing? Let me check in. If you haven't said like some kind words to him, feel free to track Cat down. Cat's going to be going through a rough time here. Cat's got a lot of shit on his plate right now. Grandma's got COVID. He probably will have COVID, and there's some complications thereof. So, if you see Cat around, maybe, send him a kind word, something like that. Send him some love. I panhandled 89 cents at work today. I'd love to hear how you did it and why you did it. Thank you, RV. First sub. All right. Well, congratulations. You're now officially an anarchist. That's how it works. Times is tough, and I'm 89 cents richer. Rock on. Ka-ching. Well, good on you, Bush. I just asked random people if they had a quarter nickel. I love it. Devil, thank you so much. You do you. Feel free to lurk. Feel free to come and go as you please. But thank you for the kind sentiment. And yes, I'm a big fan of my regulars and my community that I've been working on. I like you fuckers. Let's just put it that way. And I don't share your optimism for the calendar numeral change magically making anything better. But I understand the sentiment and I can get behind it. So I'm with you on that one. People are way more likely to give people that work their spare change. I'm planning on filling up a change jar with peanut. Bush, I respect the hustle. I respect the hustle. I'm doing good considering what oppressive 19th century regime to play as in Victorious 2. Okay. We're stuck in the 15th century. It does feel that way sometimes, doesn't it? It really does. First off, let's throw a little chill in the background. Hey, cool boy. And devil. Yeah, I feel you. I feel you. Oh. Real triangle trade hours. I would love to set something up, devil. I would love to see, like, born out of this community something that's can at least help a person or three at a time in some way, shape, or form. I mean, we do it using knowledge and skill shares already. We've got people in our community that, I mean, PhDs in English and literature and masters in librarians and anthropologists and political scientists and technologists. I mean, if you want to avail yourself of my, community members, we've got a ton. But can we make a fund, a button on your page, perhaps? I'm just trying to think of how I can separate that financially so I don't have the IRS knocking on my fucking door because of it. Maybe on the Discord server, Bush. Maybe on the Discord server. Like, if it wasn't financial, if it was Skillshare or items or other forms of mutual aid, we could organize and coordinate easily off of, a channel on the Discord server. But as far as financial mutual aid network goes, what's the amount you can gift without IRS? Total 15,000. Hey, Pestique. I'll look into actually setting up like a 501(c), something like that, just to cover our asses. Because I really would, long term, I really would like to see something born of my community like that, and it is something that I would like to push along. And if we had official charitable status, then people could deduct it from their taxes and it would be separated from my finances, which would protect me in a number of ways. Yeah. I'll look into that further, Bush. I'll look into that further. And Bush, are you on the Discord server? Sorry if you are and I interacted with you and I don't even realize it. Weird people today. I had 3 Nazis this morning and an eco-fascist on a Duolingo stream. Hey, Holly. Yeah, and what's a Duolingo stream? Like, I know Duolingo. But what's, like, are people streaming? Like, does Duolingo have streams now? Hang on. Oh. Verified Duolingo streamers. Twitch. Yeah, it's a thing. Huh. Cool. One of these days. Jesus. Let's see. I'm going to, because your name is so fucking different. There we go. I just added your nickname to your username, Bush. So I had somebody on who jumped into a conversation, middle of a conversation on the Discord server the other day, and my first reaction was to say out loud to myself, "Who the fuck are you?" Like, I didn't agree with their opinion. That's apparent by my reaction. But I legitimately had no fucking clue who this person was. And it was... I was like, who the fuck are you to contribute your opinion in here? So, yeah, it is that. No worries. No worries, RV. You do you. There we go. You're learning German for the 4th time. Jesus Christ. You fucking polyglots. Duolingo streams are dope. It's a real category. If I may shout out a lefty Duolingo streamer, Polyglottopus. So, you know, on Devil and everyone else, the shout out command can be used by anybody in the community. So exclamation SO space their username. And Holly, thank you for the sub that you have gifted to Devil23. Devil, congratulations. Holly gifted you a sub. And again, thank you, Holly. Bush, I just got that comment. Just saw it. Oh, and for those of you that do watch the stream on your laptops and on your desktops, I did go ahead and further integrate Better Twitch TV or BTTV into the channel. So if you do use BTTV, then you should see additional emotes that you can avail yourself of. And if you don't use BTTV, and you are on a desktop or a laptop, doesn't work on mobile apps. Sorry, guys. But if you are on, you know, a desktop platform, then feel free to go over to betterttv.com and install the extension, and you can see those emotes easier. And here, if you want to test them, if you see the words Party Cappy there, rather than an emote, you don't have Better TTV installed. But if you do see a capybara and a party shirt, sunglasses, then congratulations, it is installed on your system. Oh no, Bush, I do too, actually. It is a skill set I possess. But it isn't a skill set we should talk about on stream. For sure. But yeah, no, I will look further into the cost, the overhead of setting that up. And so we can make it legit. That way people can contribute and feel good about it and take it off their fucking taxes. Yeah, I probably could. If anybody wants it, there's the link to Better TTV. And you can get it going from there. Again, if you're on desktop. So, how many of you fuckers know how to use Tor? Because I'm thinking about doing a demo of just a bare bones how to use Tor and how best to set it up. Because I think a lot of people in the community need to understand how to browse more safely. Privacy and security, hygiene, internet hygiene in general. So I've been thinking about doing a segment on that. Isn't Tor compromised these days? Tor has always had the same issue. Entrance and exit nodes are the weak points for Tor. So if you have a compromised exit node, then you can do some damage. Now, running a VPN, then running Tor, and then not doing anything identifiable over Tor, like logging into your Gmail account, basically renders you fairly well invisible. Hey! Again, thank you, Holly. Holly on a fucking tear tonight. I don't know how to use a computer. Well. Holly, I have decided what I may end up using. Hey, Critical Cut. What I may end up using the revenue from the channel for, I may end up using it for education money. I kind of want to go back to school for poli-sci, and I think it'd be a worthwhile cause. But we'll have to see. Holly being an all-around gentleman. So yeah, that's the issue with Tor, is it's always had an issue with exit and entrance node. But I2P, which isn't an exit system, I2P doesn't externalize traffic, is a superior system. But again, you can't browse something like MSN.com, forgive me, over I2P. That's a Tor style system. But again, as I said, if you utilize a VPN, then utilize Tor, then you can fairly well anonymize yourself as long as your browsing habit stays clean. Now go econ and become a cringe Keynesian Chomskyite. Yeah, no. But I do know that a lot of people aren't comfortable navigating new software. And so seeing somebody who's comfortable navigating, a software package, is useful for a lot of people. Yeah. So if at any point people want that, if you think that is useful to your world, if you think that is useful, feel free to just straight ask me, and I will do a browser pack, like a Tor browser demo for people, clean installation, and walk through some stuff, so you can see it. It has been in the back of my mind for a couple of weeks now, but I'll leave it up to the community as to what sort of content that you guys want. Because again, maybe you guys are all beyond the point of no return and you don't give a shit about privacy is dead, fuck it, that sort of thing. But I assure you, it isn't dead. It's only, it's on life support. There is one VPN that I can vouch for, Critical Cut, that one has all sorts of interesting payment methods. So you can pay with a credit card. It doesn't matter. Private internet access. So I'm going to sound like a shill here, but private internet access is the only VPN that has been tested in the court systems multiple times now by the FBI. Private internet access is an infamous VPN for piracy, and they have nothing. They've twice now been hauled before federal courts by the FBI, and they have nothing to produce. There's no logs. There's nothing. And they've come up empty-handed in their attempt to force PIA to produce something. because there's literally nothing there for them to produce. And they'll accept gift cards even. Still, you could pay with a credit card and it wouldn't make a difference. All that would be known is that you are a customer of PIA. Beyond that, there's no cross-referencing to login accounts. There's no way for them to be able to identify any traffic or amount of times that you logged in or when you were logged in. And like I said, they're the only one that's been tested by the FBI multiple times. And so they can be recommended. PIA is solid. And like I said, if you really want to go full paranoid, you can go down to Walmart and get a fucking a prepaid card paid for in cash, and they will accept that. Hey, Curio! Curio and I trade our prime subs. Oh. No, that's the point of multi-layered encryption systems. Critical. The VPN anonymizes the data coming out. It essentially what we would say in IT is it tunnels it. So it puts it in an encrypted tunnel between the VPN service and you, and so the data going out is invisible to the ISP. Now they know there's a tunnel being made to the VPN, but that's all they can know. And then if that tunnel is established and then you utilize Tor over it, then the traffic is even further anonymized because onion routing, which is the onion router, Tor, onion routing moves through multiple node sets along the way. So even the computer that you are arriving at doesn't realize who it is talking to in the end. So, yeah, no. If you have a properly implemented VPN, your ISP will only be able to see an outgoing encrypted tunnel. That's it. Onion router, is that some sort of French dish? Yes. Yes, it is. I like this one. Bloomin' onion router. I like it. Yeah, so yeah, if you are in the market for a VPN, private internet access is the one I would recommend. Like I said, it's infamous amongst pirates. It's kept many a DMCAs at bay. That's just the way that goes. And like I said, it has been tested twice by the FBI. It's nothing there. Hey, thank you guys. Thank you, and congratulations, Kaiser, and thank you, RV. So yeah, PIA is definitely my recommended VPN. Private internet access, don't let your past haunt you. Nice. 75 cents more made. Blah, ha, ha, ha. Fucking Bush is raking in the change scam. Yep, Kaiser, that's your second one. You're up to purple. Yeah, the end state for the anarchy symbol, if you sub long enough, is a pink anarchy symbol. It goes through the colors of the gay rainbow flag. But the end state is pink. So. Hey. Jay. Femboy anarchism. God, that's surreal to hear from your ass. Yeah, I needed something to do with the badge stuff, Cat. I was like, fucking gay flag. They'll give me some colors, and then the... Well, I would never advocate piracy. That's illegal. in no way, shape, or form. I repudiate any illegal actions based on your municipal laws, cyber audio. Of course. I'm just merely pointing out that private internet access has long been a notorious haven for those awful, awful pirates. Oh, all right. But for what do I use a VPN for? I'm a lifelong IT guy, right? So I know when to go dark, as it were, right? Whether I need to VPN, whether I need to Tails, whether I need to I2P, whether I'm, you know, fucking, it's case by case by case, right? Know what you're doing, know the severity, know the amount of attention that you may garner or get, and then decide for yourself. So I would download a car. I would download a car as well. Yes. I have a 3D printer. You better believe I'd download a car. Anarcho-crimism. Curio, I think I finally found my philosophy. How do you watch your porn with a VPN? No, I don't VPN my porn. Why would I bother? If they want to know my porn viewing habits, they're welcome to them. The porn isn't illegal. Who gives a shit? Own your shit, right? Like, I've been around for almost 4 decades as a gay dude. Trust me. I get to, you know, my tastes are about as weird and kinky as anybody who makes it into middle-aged as a gay man. Trust me. But not ashamed. So, whatever. They're welcome to it. I've got a dedicated Reddit account just for my porn subscriptions. Best way to curate your porn is just to use Reddit. Yeah. Hey, thank you for the follow, Dislist. If legalism is a thing, I'm sure you could just create illegalism. Yeah. Oh, with a VP-ness. Got it. Thanks. Yeah, if you're not forcing your FBI agent to sift through 600 for affinity web searches a month, are you even an anarchist? Occasionally I'll look at some furry stuff, but it's not my jam. Some of it's amazingly well drawn, though. I mean, there's no way getting around that. Some of the artists out there making a living off of the deviancy of the furry community are amazing artists. Truly. I mean, Mitre's Missus is one of them. She's an amazing artist, and occasionally she does commission work. Oh. Yeah. Yep. I agree with that, Cat. I will question the power structure by first disregarding its rules. I will do this by committing crime. It's all coming together. Curio. See? I got your back, brother. We'll fucking figure it out. Community, mutual aid. We'll source this shit. We'll get you a philosophy that rings true. I want to look at the Disney porn vault before I die. Good luck with that one. Alright, whatever this is, I don't like it. Commit crime, be gay. I'm gonna take the first couple of weeks of February off to write my manifesto on this. Nice. I can't wait to read it. I will, dude, I want the first copy. which will inevitably be used as evidence against me in trial one day. Please donate all proceeds to me. Bush, you out there doing the... Bush out there hustling today. How much you make? How much you got in hand so far, Bush? Just in change, what'd you make? Sometimes being gay is the crime. Never been to Iraq. Oh yeah, you post that around, dude. About $5. Fuck yeah, you 89 cents to $5 already from the beginning of the stream to now. Look at that fucking hustle. That's, I don't know, some amount of McNuggets. Don't know what McDonald's prices look like these days. Hey, Syndicalists. Hey, no worries. For sure. You could call me Bring It On because I'm in it to win it. I just started at the beginning of the stream. Yeah. There's this crazy guy Twitch recommended to me. Feel free to name if you want. Oh, shit. Frankly amazing. I am aware, Syndicalist. Frankly and I don't get along, but it's sort of a one-way thing. He has declared... He sends his, he has sent people in here to attempt to get me to, I don't know, his viewers have come in before to, you should debate Frankly Amazing. And I just tell them, no, I'm not a debate bro. I'll have the conversation. And then one of them was running back and forth between the channels one day, trying to stir the pot. And, Frankly said, oh, he's a communist who... read one book on he's some person who read one book on anarchism and thinks he's an anarchist, but he's actually a communist. Stuff like that. So I'm aware of Frankly. But I know nothing of Frankly's political positions or personality or anything else. Other than Frankly's viewers come in here from time to time and attempt to stir shit up. It's weird. Anarcho-illegalism, how to piss off a bunch of irrelevant Chinese philosophers and Maoists. During a protest, my cousin gave homeless dude $20. Fill in a change jar with panhandle change, and maybe I'll exchange it and donate it to a homeless person when it's full. Rock the fuck on, Kaiser. I'm sorry, Bush. He's like a right-wing conspiracy theorist. Okay, all right. That's the first anybody's ever even informed me of, who this person is. Trump might be controlled opposition. Oh, Jesus Christ. Kaiser's ready for chuds. Danny, welcome. We're just... Biden rigged the election and communism from the Democrats will never work. God, I hope you're being I hope you're being serious. Let me know if you are. Break the chains, break the law, break your homie's ass. Twitch recommended Soapbox to me and they finally got banned a week ago. So there's that Twitch algorithm critical. Hey, Momo. Yeah, you are working that angle, Bush. Danny, would you like to engage in the dialectic, right? Would you actually like to use rhetorical device to have a conversation, or are you going to be the type of Trump supporter to just yell in all caps for a while? Sure. Okay, cool. Let me introduce myself. My name's Kai. I operate, yeah, I have good timing. Welcome, Momo. I operate from a position and through a lens of analysis as an anarchist. right? I'm a lifelong IT professional. I've done it my entire life to a decent degree. If you have any questions, if you have any concerns, if you have any positions of your own that you would like to espouse that we can challenge or engage in, by all means. I run a very big tent here, from people on the very far right to people on the very far left and everything in between. So, does he really have Elon in his pick? Don't visit CMYK Ninja. You'll catch an insta ban. Easy, Mitre. Easy. Easy, Mitre. So how would you describe your political position? Feel free to use any set of linguistic constructs or political compass terminology or 8 values terminology. Oh, Bush. CMYK Ninja has stories. Let's just put it that way. He's actually worked with him. Like, he's actually worked with him. Yeah, he's a tool. It's a sore spot for him. There you go. Well, he worked with him at Tesla. And he's got nightmare stories. Well, there you go. There's the anecdotal evidence. Okay, so Danny, right. So what kind of right? What would be, let me ask you this, Danny. If you had to describe yourself in a politician, is there a politician you could point to, or an individual in our society, or even a global society, that you could point to? Bernie, you fucking Okay, so Ramsey's not here. We actually have a community member who's involved in Dutch politics, who could give far more context to him than I would have off the top of my head. But give me one sec here. So he's a NatCon, right? Would you consider yourself a national conservative? Would that be sort of... No, you're not, Bush. It's not a thing. I'm sure you like money because you have a set of material conditions at which you are subject to, but if I alleviated your monetary conditions, you probably could give two shits about money anymore. All right, so planned economy, mixed economy, laissez-faire approach, because traditionally, like a NatCon is traditionally very socially conservative, but there is a spectrum that NatCons operate under. Okay, so where are you from, Danny? Are you Dutch? That's my first question. Okay, you're Dutch. All right. I wish I had a Ramsey here. Okay, so Ramsey and I did have a conversation one night about Dutch politics. Hey, Trailhead. Yeah, I know, Kat. Laissez-faire, yes, it is a free market implementation with minimal or absolutely no regulatory intervention. Yes. Okay, so you are Dutch with a NatCon perspective. So how do you arrive at that position? what is the underpinnings of your philosophy? Why do you believe that? Because you exist in a society that is fairly socially liberal and has a, albeit increasing rate of privatization from what I understand from a Ramsey, but has a solid social safety net system still. I mean, far superior when compared to the U.S. So you are more focused with the Euroscepticism aspect of this. This is sort of, am I correct in assuming that this is how you've arrived at this position? Is that you are a nationalist first and foremost, and you are sick and you are fed up with, seeing the boon of your own nation state shipped abroad. Now, let me change gears here and let me scroll back. RV, Jesus. Cat. So here's my underlying question, really. Let's implement the veil of ignorance. If we were constructing a society for you to live in that you don't know your position in, Danny, you have to build it, but then you could be poor after we lift the veil. You could be middle class, or you could be rich. You have zero knowledge of what final position you will hold in that society, right? And you don't get to decide. You're just going to be placed into that position. Would you implement the sort of system that you have now? Or what modifications would you make knowing that you could be one of those poor people? That you could be one of the people who are most trodden upon? What are the changes that you most fundamentally feel that need to be made within your system? I'm going to need you to cite some sort of source on that, Thunder. Claims of that sort of thing, specifically the 48 to 51% is a little too specific. I would like a source cited on something like that. Thank you. The U.S. as a whole, the GDP would crumble without their arms deals. Thank you, Thunder. 40% of non-Western immigrants live there. Wait. Most immigrants live in the west of the country, while only 12.5% of all inhabitants live in one of the four major cities: Amsterdam, Rotterdam, The Hague, and Utrecht. 40% of non-Western immigrants live there. For that reason, in cities like Amsterdam and Rotterdam, almost 1 in 3. Thank you, Syndicalist. I was about to say, like, come on. Where'd it come from? Okay, University College of London, I'm okay with. Okay, so they do add a Turkish exemption. The problem is with the definitional set, from what I'm understanding from this, from UCL. There's multiple disadvantages to the classification or definition of immigrant in this classification set for the Netherlands. People who were born in the Netherlands, have lived there their entire life, and fully integrated can be classified as immigrants under these census statistics. Queen Beatrix is a second-generation immigrant and is classified under census data as an immigrant. It literally includes second and third generation immigrants in their census and statistical data sets, thus skewing the numbers deeply. And that's what this UCL piece goes on to explain, is that using the census data out of the Netherlands has multiple disadvantages due to how they classify immigrant. All right, so give me a second. Let me scroll back in chat and let me catch up. Let's take my aunt, for example. She works 24 hours a week. Jesus Christ. She'd work 40 hours a week, so she would pay more taxes, get less subsidies, and she earns the same amount of money at the end of the month. That's the same here. That system needs fixing. Danny, that is a broken welfare state. That is generally the welfare gap or the coverage gap, and that needs fixing. And so that, being a national conservative within the Netherlands, would actually end up making that worse. The conservatives' policies would be to eliminate that welfare even further, or widen that gap that your aunt is suffering under. So ultimately, you should be supporting some other policy set by a different party. I remember, hang on. I have it around here somewhere because Ramsey was sharing it with me. Who was it? It was... Right, there was problems with, okay, so VVD is the predominant one. PVDA is the Labor Party, but they've got a whole bunch of fucking compromises from what I understand. Though there's a new one. There's somebody else on the block as of late that he was informing me of. Dank? Is it Dank? I think would be the way to go. Born Dutch, speaks Dutch, lives Dutch, looks brown, immigrant. Oh, no, I can work with a Dutch. That's fine. Thank you for sharing that, Thunder. Yeah, again, this is going to suffer because if this data comes out of the official census data for the Netherlands, which based on the fact that it's in Dutch, I would imagine it does, then what you're looking at is potentially third generation immigrants being included on this distribution. Yeah, there's only been an uptick. Now, if we could get this data mapped over time, you look to be about a 9 to 12% uptick over the last decade, if I'm understanding this mapping correctly. There's always been a high percentage rate. Now, let's see. God, you got to support them. No, I know the subsidies come from the left, but I assure you the right will eliminate them. Perfect. It's exactly what I was after. So where does it actually start to surge? Cool. To me, the fear of excess immigration stems, well, that's by ALCAP. I shall call you ALCAP. ALCAP. Conservatives also tend to support the status quo. That's, I mean, fundamentally, that's what conservatism is about. Modern conservatism finds its roots in Burkean philosophies, Edmund Burke being the namesake of Burkean philosophies, who was an advocate for maintaining the status quo of the monarchistic system that was existing under the French during the French societal upheavals that resulted in the French Revolution. Well, the French Revolution that we're all aware of. There's been about 4 or 5 French revolutions within certain modernity. But yeah, the one that we're all taught about that ended up running the streets red with blood. Edmund Burke was an advocate for maintaining the status quo of the monarchistic system because it was it was a known entity and it was stable in his eyes. And so all conservatism in a modern sense finds its roots with Burkean philosophy and thus a maintenance of the status quo, even in the face of outlandish abuses. So there's that. Bush, anyone want to learn how to panhandle like a god? Share it in chat if you got it, Bush. Or if you wanna jump on air, let me know. Try and find something. Let's try a little drum and bass. And to me, the fear of excess immigration stems from a fear of being displaced economically. That is, God, it's that stupid, what's the term that was used? I forget the guy who created it. Economic anxiety was the argument for the election of Trump in this country that one pundit put forth, one writer. He's an essayist. I forget his name off the top of my head, but yeah, that was his terminology. Economic anxiety. Let's just say it's problematic. Virgin Europe scared of immigration. Chad Americas creates economy on the base of immigration. Find an area. This is the tip for the panhandling like a god, for those of you who wants to know. Find an area with a large number of people. Let's say your job, for instance, but be careful not to ask the same people too often for a small amount of change. Hey man, you got a nickel or a dime? Most people don't carry dimes and nickels. More often offer a quarter or more in some instances, as Bush has already proven during this stream. Rinse and repeat, I would imagine. Or say, hey, you got 40 cents? I'm trying to get something from the vending machine. Or I'm 40 cents short. Yep. That'll often get you 50. If you're good. It's because their favorite news source pits poor people against each other. It's a tried and true method. Keep the poor idiots hurling shit at each other. Keep the attention off the rich people. The real problem. There's even a clip of Tucker Carlson talking about that. You got to keep the poor people away from the peasants away from the gates of the castle. Yeah. Really? Did it, Thunder? Because the last time I checked, we've got one of the largest collections of languages on the planet at this point. We have people from sub-Saharan Africa to northern Russia to Eastern Asia to the subcontinent of India to Western Europe and everything in between. That's why we call it the melting pot, for fuck's sake. And most people, when they think of immigrants, are only thinking about the European waves of immigrants, not the multiple waves of immigrants from all across the globe. Well, you can take that racist ass shit right out the fucking door. Cultural migration and intermingling of cultural ideals has been one of the primary drivers in the engine of creation and economic gains this world has ever seen throughout all of time. This is how the function of the Silk Road operated. This is how it works. It's always been that way, and no credible economist usually comes down on the other side unless they're playing, a biased hand in order to, some sort of economic think tank that is beholden to the Koch brothers or something like that. It's not even a viable idea. I mean, I could find so many fucking papers on this probably. Let's just Center for Budget and Policy Priorities. James Grubman. iPolitics. Hey, Moomin! Yeah, fucker, what are you up to? No, I don't consume caffeine, Ghost, unless it's a very occasional cup of tea. But generally I drink turmeric tea or ginger tea. Why did the fish get kicked out of school? Because he got caught with a bag of seaweed. I need more jewel pods. Yeah, and I've never smoked cigarettes. Nicotine has never been my thing. Occasionally I partake in cannabis. Nope, never had a cigarette. Occasionally I partake in cannabis. I was a regular smoker every day, multiple times a day for many years. No worse for wear. Yeah. I do still imbibe the occasional intake of either kratom or kava. So no, just like a toke off a pipe or a bong or a pen, depending on what era we're talking about. It does. It does. It's very. You have to sample around. There's many different varieties, but it does work for sure. It stimulates the same receptor sites that opiates stimulate. It binds to the same receptor sites, so it has an opioid-like effect without being one. Mr. McConnell. Welcome, 44 Dynamic. I picked up smoking cigarettes from protesting. Nothing like a smoke after running away from the cops and the feds. I suppose so. I tried salvia once, but it was not fun. It wasn't like too strong. It just made me feel really drunk. Oh, you didn't smoke enough, Ghost. That's a threshold issue. Yeah. You need to get beyond that threshold, and then it becomes entheogenic. But yeah, salvia's a motherfucker. It's one of the rougher trips. But in my day, I have, excluding cigarettes and heroin, I've tried just about everything. It was an 80X. I tried one rip, then we put it in a full joint and just passed it. Yeah, that's not the way to do it. But good on you for the 80X. That's given it the old college try. Doing the late night poop run with a new pooch while doing late night printer check, so popped in. I'm gonna need a dog tax. I'm gonna need a picture of the dog in shared content, Moomin. Oh. How many is too many? You know, two, 3 per dog. I mean, how many dogs do you have, Momo? But yeah, feel free to drop them in shared content. Always happy to look at always happy to see the community members' extended family. $200 premarital with the specific number of 237. Hey, Sue. We're, oh, it's been, Kaiser, it's been 15 years for me since I did any, 3,4-methylene doxine and methamphetamine. Yeah, I could rattle that one off the top of my head. But I learned a lot from it. But I got that point where it was just, I had nothing left to gain from it, so I retired it. Yeah, got your attention there, Curio? I've been there. Ghost, I've been there. Yeah. Oh, I'm not even on it. All right, let me, you know what? That'll give me a chance, though, to adjust something. Hey, Sue.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
All right, so where do I want to? Like, I kind of... Hey, Holly with the...
Holly.
Congratulations, Sue. Thank you, Holly.
Holly, you know I love you, girl.
Has it been Holly, RV, and Holly? Holly's on a tear tonight. Thank you, Holly. If
Holly, you know I love you, girl. Thank you very much.
if we ever like get this shit together and I've decided, you know, it's kind of selfish. I was, you know, I never decided like what I was going to use the channel proceeds for, and you know, but I think I may put it towards furthering my education in political science. I kind of want to go back to school. I don't want to go back to school. I just want the degree, to be perfectly honest. But, yeah, I could use the channel proceeds for that sort of thing that isn't really budgeted in my life, as it were. So, Holly putting me through future college, maybe.
Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
Always good to help out each other.
All right, so let me scroll back a ways here. There's some stuff that we've had been going on. And do we have puppers? Oh, there's Moomin with the pictures of the puppers. We're getting some community puppers pics. And all right, let's see. And Momo, I don't see any pictures of your puppers in there yet. Let's see. Increased rate of middle-aged white men today is an example. Yeah, that has less to do, AlCap, that has less to do with immigration and more to do with capitalist exploitation. Right? The immigrant isn't your enemy in this situation. The capital owners of the nation and the political class are your enemies in this front. You want to know why middle-aged white men have a higher rate of suicide? It's because of economic exploitation and alienation under a system which pushes them to the outskirts of society and denies them mental health care. That's why. It's a sick society combined with, well, capitalism. It's capitalism. It's capitalism. It's a sick society plus capitalism. No, capitalism is the thing that is, you know, largely fucking our society over in that regard. So let's see. Oh, look at Willow. Yep. Yeah, I'm charging dog taxes now. People talk about their dogs. It's like, why don't I see a photo in shared content?
That works.
Exactly. The nuclear family is a product of neoliberal industrialization and leads to alienation. There you go.
Hey, John.
Hey, John Jonerson. Hope you're well, John. Or as well as you can be, knowing, you know, the bullshit that we all deal with on a daily basis. Moomin, she's a rescue, which I can't believe. She's incredibly loving, intelligent, and so well behaved. I think if someone just didn't understand how big she would get. Fair enough. It's got like an Irish wolfhound sort of thing going on there, Moomin. What Ghost wanted me to know what turned you away from heroin. Just the addiction rates. I know just from doing other like opioids in my lifetime that they scratch the itch, right? Some people don't like them at all. Some people are indifferent to them, and some people are like, oh, this is really, really nice. They scratch that itch for me, so I've always been hesitant. I know better, right? It's that simple. You know thyself. First rule of getting high. So, you know, it's like, oh, I could easily have fun on this stuff. So that one, it's not that I won't ever do it. It's just that I'm waiting for the end to be in sight. And then it's time, right? Keep that stuff for the back end of your lifetime. But yeah, that's why, because that is the one I could see myself having a problem with. I've never had addiction issues with anything. So I could probably get away with it. Oh, John's paying dog taxes as well. Let's see. Social isolation is far more well linked to suicide by men alongside the general patriarchal way conservative societies take towards men's mental health. And then encouragement for the degree. My eyes look mad. You look tired, PR. By the way, Ghost, my name is Kai. You don't have to reference me by my show initials. But I'm always tired. I'm in pain 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So it takes a toll. The best I can say is that, you know, there are the days that I look like I just woke up literally. And those are the bad days. So if, you know, it looks like, hey, he's kind of looks tired, but he's going and, you know, he's smiling. I'm having a halfway decent day, but I'm always going to look tired to one degree or another. And as for mad glossy, bro, I wear contacts. I have a DSLR camera in my face with a key light behind it. Shit's going to look glossy. What I'm saying is the diversity of cultures has often led to erosion of specific cultures. Fuck culture. Culture is like this weird epigenetic software that we as human beings run, right? Take the good, throw away the bad, mix and remix where appropriate. I don't see any particular one set of cultural norms or traits or normative behavior sets as somehow sacred unto itself. All right? It has to pass through the same justification everything passes through. Does it uplift the people? Does it help the people? Does it harm the people? Does it oppress the people? Right? These are the questions you should be asking about these things, not whether it's being watered down or not, or whether it's being changed or not, because I assure you, it changed over thousands of years anyway. Every new generation added a little something, took a little something, you know, brought their own flavor to the mix, one way, shape, or form. There is no OG culture walking around. That's just not how culture works. So, you know, make it pass through the lens of analysis of good and bad, and then leave it at that. Don't worry about if, you know, you picked that up from X or Y borrowed from Z. Just take it as, you know, is it good? Is it helping people? Is it contributing to society? Cool. Keep it around, maybe. But don't get too hung up on white culture is being watered down by immigrants from the Sudan or Syria. They will not replace this territory. That gets into some really fucking racist shit. So yeah, don't go too far down that road is what I'm trying to tell you, or else you're gonna end up out in the street carrying tiki torches in a fucking shitty yellow and black polo shirt. Oh, let's see. Discord is yelling at me because my photos are too good, apparently. Yeah, you need a Nitro account to upload anything above 8 megs on Discord. Sorry, Momo. Run it through a compression a system of some sort. Let's see. Scottish Deerhound. All right, so not Irish Wolfhound, but Scottish Deerhound. Close enough, though. Fentanyl is amazing, says Real John Doe. Fentanyl is amazing. I have had it once in my life. It's the shit.
I don't think I've ever had fentanyl.
It ain't terrible, let's just put it that way. Some people have a bad reaction to it, but it's, yeah. It's a halfway decent time. Hey!
Yeah, but don't you, like, literally have to be extremely cautious on the amount that you use?
Yes. Yeah. And then there's carfentanil, which is even worse. Like, the amount that can fit on a pinhead could kill an elephant territory. Like, it's super potent. Yeah. Once you head down that, like, it's best to... don't fuck around with fentanyl. But if you get it in a hospital, it's fun. You know? It's like if you ever have, like, an endoscopy or something, you'll get propofol. The same shit that Michael Jackson abused that killed him. It's a great time. Yeah. Right? Like, I'm not going to go out looking for propofol, but if you happen to have a medical procedure and they give you propofol, it's great. They push it, and you wake up refreshed. It's just like a fucking insta-nap. You just, you know, they put a needle in your arm, and you're like, oh, I'm going to get a 30-minute power nap in. You shitting me? Stuff's amazing. I was mostly addicted to MDMA, but even as a medical user, I would say I'm addicted to cannabis. I've never had addiction problems. Like, I count myself lucky in that regard. I've used and abused various compounds over the years, but I've always been able to just one day stop. Yeah, I am lucky in that regard. Exactly, Moomin. I'm keeping it for when I'm told I have 2 weeks to live, do the rest of the shit I put my body through. That's my approach for heroin, is just keep that shit till you can see the end in sight. Then have fun.
End in sight, strap my ass out in the middle of fucking butt-fuck nowhere. Give me a shit ton of mushrooms and peyote, and see y'all motherfuckers later.
Exactly, right? Mitra and I have talked about that before. People like, we had a zombie apocalypse conversation going one night, and Mitra and I are like, people are like, oh, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that, and Mitra and I both are like, yeah, we're gonna have a party. Well, what do you mean? We're like, we're gonna have one final party. Like, that's how we're calling our way out. Like, you think I'm gonna stick around for this shit after the apocalypse? This shit is barely tolerable right now. Like, I'm not sticking around for some Road Warrior version of this bullshit. Good luck.
That's funny. I mentioned the word Road Warrior. I mentioned that caveat Road Warrior earlier today too.
It's a good reference for shit falling apart.
Yeah.
Bro, I don't understand how people survive MDMA addiction. The shit fucks your serotonin and dopamine so hard. Yeah, once I got to Suicide Tuesdays territory on it, which, you know, I don't know what kind of experience you have with ecstasy, Sue. You were around in the biker life, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. Once you hit the era of, like, Suicide Tuesdays, when you're partying all weekend, and you know, by Tuesday it all sort of crashes down on you and the depression kicks in. As soon as I hit that era of ecstasy use, I was done. I was like, oh, okay, so the cost now outweighs the benefit. Time to stop. Like, yeah.
When you're sitting there and you're literally thinking that there's someone underneath the fridge talking and they're coming to get you, it's time to give it up.
Yeah, you know, and that's the thing, is if not having an addictive personality is a huge benefit to being able to say that. Just stop, you know, is a privilege that not everybody has.
Yeah.
But it sounds like you and I both have that privilege that you stop.
Well, yeah, it literally took me facing the factor that uh, what am I representing to the younger generation coming forward? And in the same token, if I don't stop, then I'm going to be locked up in jail indefinitely.
Okay. So, yeah. Maybe not as much privileges as I have then.
No, I
I didn't have that.
literally uh, see if I got when I got drunk and I got high, all the shit that I went through growing up came out sideways and came out violent.
Yeah. That's. I mean, that's par for the course, though, with any level of intoxication. Though, if you've got baggage, well, you know, prepare to deal with it.
Because it's being slammed on your face whether you like it or not.
Yep. This is why many people have bad trips. Oh, I'm sorry. Did the compound force you to deal with your baggage that you weren't prepared to deal with? Yeah. Don't blame the drug then.
Oh, oh no, well, this is why I quit drinking and quit drugging was because I
Yeah.
needed to be able to deal with it completely clean and sober.
Yeah. It's too much to deal with if you have a limousine's worth of baggage.
Yeah.
Primero, I really don't get nationalists. They're all about herd der, my nation is great, my culture is the best, but then they see one Muslim at the green grocer, and their country is one step away from becoming an al-Hawaii Sharia law mujahideen state. RV, as to your question, yes, I did do that as well. Been around the block. Tried to compare refugees immigrating to Europe to literal American colonization. Well, okay, there's that then.
Actually, that's about right. Trying to compare the colonization of Turtle Island to immigration. It's like, really?
No, it would be drastically different. Um, I mean, just look at we're talking modern European immigration. So we're talking about Syrian and North African refugees that are a result of militaristic operations in the region, be they Saudi Arabia or Europe or the U.S. Let's just call it what it is. It's Europe and the U.S. and China. Causing a slate of refugees to flee to Europe, the closest safe harbor, would be drastically different than. I would be generous and say about half.
U.S. and Mexico border?
Well, I would say yeah. That would be closer to the refugee. Like if you wanted a comparable modern, like America's take on something that would be the comparable to the U.S. I'm sorry, comparable to the European refugee situation presently. Yeah, it would be the Central and South American refugee flux up northward as a result of militaristic actions in that region. American colonialization and the waves of immigration that came to the Americas originally, 50% are due to poverty and state-run nationalistic situations going on, and then 50% are just looking for a better life and an opportunity thereof. So yeah, there's definitely not a one-to-one comparison between the modern refugee crisis in Europe and the colonialization and immigration in America over the centuries and centuries at this point. What we have here is somebody who is arguing from a nationalistic point of view, and arguing that diversity of cultures is a bad thing. Sort of a monolithic culture is the way to go. Any immigration thereof degrades the culture and the nation. It was a very untenuous position to take, given what we know about human interaction, at least.
I mean, I still shake my head at people sitting back saying that people trying to get up into the United States from like Mexico and South and Central and South America, supposedly, as immigration or immigrants or illegal immigrants when there is a big chunk of them that actually have indigenous blood. So it's not necessarily extremely like, you know what I mean? Illegal immigration.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No. I'm an anarchist. I don't believe in borders. You know, it's all goofy to start with. So
Yeah.
you cross the imaginary line. You know, it's fucking weird.
Yeah.
I stopped doing whippets because I'm too scared to go to the dentist and it not work. Ghost. Nitrous was always fun for me. Womp, 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 womp. Nitrous was always a fun time, but I understand on that one. But what if there is someone under my fridge? It's a convenient place to hide the bodies, said Momo. I remember sitting a day or two after a weekend-long squat party and freaking out thinking something was crawling around in my cup of tea. Anybody heard Ralphie May's old routine on doing way too much acid and how he sat in front of the TV for hours, freaked out about the little guy that was trapped in the TV that was talking to him? And the TV was off. He's just looking at his reflection. It's fucked. My friend had left the tea bag in.
That must have been.
Good.
That must have been a good acid trip.
Oh, he took entirely too much because he's a big fat dude, right? Ralphie's just a giant fucking dude. He thought it was like alcohol, right? That it was weight dependent.
Oh no.
And so he took entirely too many hits his first time.
Oh.
I mean, we're talking like 6 or 12 hits. Like, way too many. Like, and yeah,
I have seen people do that many hits and literally end up with split mental problems. Like literally, they're out of there. They basically zoned out. They've left. No one's home.
I always tell people I've got maybe 3 trips left in me. Because it basically, it has to do, as far as I can tell, the reintegration with the societal norm, right? That is a different mental state. And in many ways, it's superior. It just doesn't operate on the same frequency. And yeah, I've only got a few more left in me. Coming back to this shit is distasteful every time. And, you know, if you've got underlying mental problems already, it can exacerbate it. But there are the classic examples of hippies who just did one too many hits, right? They just, too many times. They tripped 150 times. And they're like, you know what? I like it better over there. Fuck your norm. I'm checking out. And, it's about knowing yourself more than anything else. Oh, and understanding a base level of biochemistry and psychopharmacology, because remember, kids, acid is not weight dependent. A little dab will do ya.
Doing 28 hits of acid is not going to do you any better than 1 hit.
Yeah, start low. Hey, Pirater, welcome. Hey, Mr. Ricky Sanchez, 63. No, the Georgia machines aren't being live tacked to whoever fucking said that. Let's see. Hey, fucking from Nicaragua. All right. Let's see. Yeah, Moomin, the immigration from outside the EU doesn't even scratch the numbers of people movement from within the EU nations. And if you want to blame anyone for that culture, it's religion from the Middle East that Constantine championed before any of these European nations existed. Kaiser did nitrous at the protest. It was a good time. I lost my friend in a 2-bedroom house for 8 hours because of a good acid trip, says Moomin. Nice. Did you see Chris Bumstead? Don't even know who the fuck that is. Turns out we were going room to room, calling each other and going to the wrong room. Ghost saying, I almost died in the cold on a 3-mile walk on acid. during my formative years, there was a couple. Everybody remember Blue Light? There was 2 members that we had on Blue Light that did a hero dose of mushrooms and ended up dead in a snowbank. They wandered outside and they were in an entirely alternate reality, and well, they never came back. Well, Ricky, either way, hola, ¿cómo está? And welcome.
Hola, ¿cómo está?
Feel free to practice your English as much as you'd like. Emperor's
We'll even help you out if you mispronounce or misspell something.
Well, I will. You can't count on this Canadian fuck. They don't even know how. They don't even know how to say about, for fuck's sake.
About.
Which is funny because none of you say a boot. Like that's, you know, it's more of a Minnesotan about. Yeah, it's you know, but yeah, you get hit all the time in popular culture with that. A boot. It's like, you know, no one in Canada says that, right?
Exactly.
They don't even speak American. I know. I don't know what their deal is.
Like, how dare we not like speak American? Like, oh my god. Like, don't you know how awesome we are with like legalized slavery and shit? And,
oh please, like you fuckers don't have that too.
No, we do too.
So you have a boot and legalized slavery. Yeah, they don't.
Both have a boot and legalized slavery.
Yeah, they do have universal health care, the fuckers. And federally legal pot. I was reading about Quebec today. Even though the Quebecois are a bunch of pains in everybody's asses, I know this. I lived right across the border. I know them by reputation. I know them by history. I know them, I understand the rocky relationship that the rest of Canada has with Quebec. Oh,
no, Bush. No. We do not have affordable education. We do not.
They'll say sorry after betraying you. That they will. They're highly apologetic for their transgressions. I mean, Hope sorry I cut you off. Well, could you try not cutting me off? That's kind of more what I'm after, quite frankly. Where did I have that? There it was, Quebec.
The only reason why you can afford it in Canada to go to college is because the banks will give you a student loan.
Oh, same here.
That leaves you stuck.
Yeah.
Paying it.
Solidarity economies. Quebec has what's described, at least in this telling, a vibrant solidarity economy, which basically poor and underserved communities are the ones who usually have solidarity economies, right? Things that remove the transactional mechanism from the economy itself. So rather than having magic paper you have to exchange, it's by virtue and nature of living in that community and participating in a variety of things that you avail yourself of the economy. And some of the examples of quote businesses to keep in mind, calling them a business for a capitalistically run mindset, somebody who's grown up in this, is sort of, it points you down the wrong path. But some of the examples that Quebec has of solidarity economy services, daycare center.
On Canadian?
Maybe, I don't know. Daycare centers, elder care centers, disability care centers, recycling centers, performing arts centers, affordable housing projects, maker spaces, and a variety of other cooperatives, right? Like, I was just, looking through alternatives to capitalism, and one of my books has, I have a library on these sorts of things. And yeah, they specifically call out Quebec as being sort of a really good example of solidarity economies. As much of a thorn in Canadian sides as they may be, they've got some really good examples of how to do things right with a sort of a form of communitarianism on a slightly larger scale. Let's see. Moomin, what was that book? Emperors of Dreams. Okay. Let me, Drugs in the 19th Century. Cool. I'll give it a look, Moomin. Yeah, we're stuck for pay. Jesus Christ. Yeah, the fucking student loan shit.
I mean, we might be maybe not lesser of a cost for college or university.
Probably.
But our cost of living costs way more than your guys' does.
Well, it's region dependent or municipality dependent, because I would put something like New York City or San Francisco Bay up against any of your cities. But I mean, that's not going to translate to, other cities and other ruralities. And that's the thing. There's no one-to-one comparison, though. I'd love to see a per capita averaged cost, for sure.
Dude, our government gave us $400. Yours gave you $6.
You did have access to, if you were one of the layoffs or under a certain level, you had the access to the $2,000 stipend.
Yeah.
Just move to a real country like Argentina, where even the most prestigious universities are 100% free, says Premarital. Premarital's Argentinian.
I agree, yes, y'all are about to have 10 million evictions, and it sucks. It's fucked up. Literally, I do not know why the government is allowing the landlords who have already been paid for your rent from the government to hold rent owing on you and extract that from you or use that to evict you. I do not know why they allowing that.
I do.
Capitalism?
Yeah. It's simple as that. Haves versus have-nots.
So yes, in some areas America is worse. Yes. In some areas Canada is worse.
I prefer Canuckia.
Yeah, Canuckia. Yeah.
So, yeah, we got some shout outs to the fucking American broke ass fucking,
Oh my God, Bush, like you have no idea.
Oops.
Dude, have you ever been to Canada? Have you ever seen the reservation situation in Canada?
Never been on a res. Or at least a Canadian res. I've been to Canada, never been to a res.
Not really, dude.
Do y'all have casino reses?
Our police kill Native people all the time for sport.
Yeah, they don't do that as much down here.
Instead, your guys' cops killed black people for sport.
Yeah, it's black people down here.
Yeah, and up in Canada, it's Native people. Yes, I have been on American res, actually, and I've spent a lot of time down in Rosebud, South Dakota, which is literally the epitome of extreme poverty, third world poverty.
Better, worse, same?
There's a bit of betterness in some aspects, but in some aspects, no, it's relatively the same.
All right. Yeah, unless you're, oh God, I always forget. Unless you're a Seminole, in which case they collectively own the Hard Rock Casino empire.
Yeah.
They're worth
like,
millions.
You have some, like, there's some reserves that have co-opted the casino to help bring in some revenue. Some have done really well with it.
Winning back that land one nickel at a time.
Yeah. Others have, unfortunately, apparently had to have gone to non-indigenous people to get a portion or a chunk of the money that was needed to set up the casino, and are now beholden for 50 years or more the majority share of the profit off of the casino. So
Al Cap, by the way, are you in favor of a subsistence economy? A subsistence economy isn't going to cover the necessary bases that a modern, globally interconnected society would need to cover. So, I mean, we could talk about, like, you know, some subsistence economy stuff, right? But subsistence economies are
I'll tell you what.
Pre-urbanization, pre-civilization.
Sorry. I'll tell you what, Bush. We'll gladly trade you Trudeau for Trump.
Oh, we'll take him. We think he's pretty. We like him.
Trudeau.
Yeah, no, we'll take
You
him.
don't want Trump.
We've already got him. We got fucking Biden coming in. We already got him. It's a lateral change. You know what? No, it's not even a lateral change. At least we could probably get some halfway decent tech laws passed because this motherfucker understands what email is. Right? Biden, I don't think Biden's ever sent an email in his life, right? Like, I think that's an improvement for us. So if you want to trade us Biden for fucking Trudeau, we'll take him. We'll take him off your hands. You deal with Grandpa Biden and have fun with that shit.
Grandpa Biden shit.
Fucking dude's like 90,000, just like Trump. He's actually younger than Trump. Trump is older than Biden. I'm pretty sure. Hang on.
Yeah, I think Biden is older than Trump.
74. Hang on. It's a horse race. '78. Biden's older by 4 years. They're both old as fuck.
So, why don't you all in the United States stop voting in fucking dumb ass, ugly motherfucking old white dudes who ain't doing shit
because
for
our
y'all.
system is an oligarchical, kleptocratic kekistocracy, and it's already the only people that are running that system are old white dudes with the occasional token black person or mixed female. See Ben Carson or Kamala Harris. I think the UK's reaction to it has been way off ball, and from what I understand, has been the reaction in the US and Canada. Wait, what's this reference to? Government news media ruined everything. They pitted everyone against each other. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, Al Cap. While they made it worse, while they fanned the flames, the truth of the matter is that class division has been a tactic used since time immemorial.
Yep.
It's not new.
Go on. Yeah.
The
English had it. The Germans had it. The
Everybody's
Russians
had
it.
Everybody's had it. It goes back.
Romans had it. Egyptians had it.
Yeah, you can. It goes back forever, basically. At this point, it's real simple. If you're in power, it behooves you to keep the people who aren't in power fighting amongst themselves, so they don't pay attention to you running off with all of the stuff. It's that simple. It's always been that way. It doesn't matter if we're talking lion skins or mineral rights. Doesn't really matter. It's the same policy. Let's see. Government is corrupt all the time, but this is the best we have. No, this isn't the best we have. Al Cap, at least if you're speaking as an American, this isn't the best. We as in human beings, at least, this is far from the best.
Hey, Kai. Bro,
Yep.
give me a few minutes and I'll be back in, okay? I just gotta deal with something.
We could, Cap. Couldn't we just kick out the establishment figures and reform our economy? We could, but that requires a few things. Here, I'm gonna put something in chat for you, Al Cap. Feel free to read it on your own time. It's an essay I wrote. And there's another one. Feel free to read those on your own time. The first one, the 10 Poles essay, is about the what I see as the 3 10 poles of American oppression. It's poverty, a philosophy, financial hamster wheel, and a police state, right? These are the things that you have to deal with on some level, some form or fashion, in a sort of appreciable form, before you can implement proper change on a mass scale like that. And then the second one is Anarcho-Syndicalism 101, which is what I see as what I advocate for is sort of a direction to head in, how you could start some of those economic reforms utilizing things like syndicalism, which is just trade unionship and that sort of thing, a re-democratization of the workplace, and a new understanding or a rediscovery of old understandings of how to better organize some of the political structure of your society. Let me catch up on some of this in chat. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, Momo. Yeah. 1947. Taft-Hartley Act. It did the number. Kai 2024. No. No. No, Swole. They're just having fun. Hey, thank you for the follow, Zen Demonic. No, I'm not a revolutionary, Waldo. Given historical and contemporary context, I'm not an insurrectionist or a revolutionary. Now, I mean, I'm open to advocating if a whole host of political circumstances were to change, but what I advocate for is what I refer to, or what I call as the Thucydian methodology of incrementalism. It's a methodology for hot swapping components of the system while the system's still underway. Because given the global interconnected system that we live in, a revolution would be tantamount to committing genocide on a certain level. Especially given, the level of healthcare needs and food supply lines and the lack of localized distributed resources that exist in our sort of modern society. We would remember what happened at the beginning of COVID with just toilet paper, right? Now imagine that happening with food lines. One, what policy can be implemented now to move in your direction? In my direction, it's not a policy, right? The first thing that we need to do is become less hyper-individualistic as a society. So what we need to do is have a cultural shift, not a policy shift, right? The policy comes with the culture, right? So what we need to do is to become more communitarian. We need to become less individualistic. Now you can look up, there's 2 meta-analyses on a global scale within the Corsini Encyclopedia of Psychology, volume 2, page 811, if you want to check my work, that show corollaries between whether a society is hyper-individualistic and less empathy, or more communitarian and and a higher empathetic response. Right? So the things that we need to accomplish in our society require a level of solidarity. And to achieve that solidarity, you have to have an empathetic response with your fellow human beings. That requires a widened circle of empathy. To widen that circle, you have to decrease the rhetoric of hyper-individualism in your society. So we need to start talking about how we can get each other's backs again. We need to understand that this is very much an us versus them situation. Alcap, I'm for both. I'm an anarchist. See, anarchists believe that you can empower the collective through the individual, because ultimately the microcosmic scale is found within the individual. So you have to empower and embrace that individual, but not at the expense of society, not at the expense of the community, but to the benefit of the community. Right? This is how mutual aid is born. Right? It's me voluntarily contributing to something that I won't necessarily withdraw from, even knowing full well that it benefits the community as a whole. So where does this start? It starts with education. It starts with conversation. It starts in the dialectic. It starts with rhetorical device. What we're doing right now is where it starts. It starts with me sharing an idea, sharing a position, sharing a viewpoint that is me standing on the shoulders of giants that came before me, right? And putting this idea out there. And then you having that conversation with your friends, with your family, and spreading that idea, taking it, running with it. Maybe setting up your own mutual aid network for your own community. Maybe it gets to the point where, hey, okay, so down ticket voting is useful. Maybe we should, swap out some of our city council members for that socialist, that communist, that anarchist. Because that's the thing. If you can take over the methods of control of your municipality, you'd be amazed the things you can accomplish. Because while the state should be eschewed, the authority and power of the state is a misused situation. It's a misused power construct, and it should be dismantled. In any good anarchist's opinion, the state needs to go away. But in the interim, because remember, it's a temporal journey, right? We can't accomplish that tomorrow. So we need to talk about pragmatic, realistic steps today, right? What do we need to do? We need to take the power base back, and we need to start doing that using our words. We need to communicate better. We need to come across as reasonable. We need to be able to have a conversation with our community members, with our family members, and we need to not shy away. And we need to have the tools at our disposal, those rhetorical tools, to be able to have that conversation so we can defend those positions, whether it's a moral or ethical argument or whether it's an economic argument. We can make these arguments successfully, and when you do, you'd be surprised. I have had amazing successes with people just having the conversation. I know there's at least a couple of them in the room right now that came in with one position and have left with another and are now out there talking to other people about these positions that you can have. So, like most things in life, it starts with education and communication. That's where you start. What can you do next? Redemocratization of the workplace. That's your next step. You need to empower unions again. And if you want to know specifically what you need to do, in America, at least in North America, in the United States of America, you need to understand that the 1947 Taft-Hartley Act, or the Management and Labor Relations Act, I believe is its formal name, but commonly known as the Taft-Hartley Act, which disempowered unions and completely nerfed them and made them what they are today, needs to be repealed or amended to the point where it goes away. Then you can start clawing back some of this power that the capitalist class has sequestered for themselves. There you go. That's for you, Bush. Fucking hustle. Bush with the hustle. I'm with Mnemonic on that one. Solid take on that, Mnemonic. See, that's what anarchists recognize, AlCap, is that the group is comprised of individuals to the benefit of the group, but not to the deficit of the individual, right? Well, congratulations. We're already putting the group above the individual. What do you think this is? Your concerns are unfounded because the system you presently occupy space in puts the group so far above the individual. It places, it pays lip service to the individual, but that's it. We will sacrifice, in America at least, hundreds of thousands of people on the altar of the group, of the economy, the group. It's already happening. Your worst fear, or at least your concern that you're hammering, is the very state in which you live today. What we're advocating for, at least in this room, and what do I advocate for, is a change to something that would potentially rectify that. Thank you, Bush. You're my favorite hustler. Out there fucking hustling your coworkers. Actually, no, I just want to trade these out. Hang on. Slide that over there. Move that there. I think, AlCap, you need to read How to Be an Anti-Capitalist in the 21st Century by Eric Olin Wright. How to Be an Anti-Capitalist in the 21st Century. Eric ERIK OLIN Wright WRIGHT. 100% worth reading. It will explain. It will get you to the position where you can accept something like DemSoc, which we could work with. I think, and thank you for the follow. Dissent's already been purged. It's already been done. End state, I'd probably be end state, fully automated gay space communism. Oh, I'm sorry, fully automated gay fully automated luxury gay space communism would be my end state, right? What I am today is different from what I'll be tomorrow because I stretch on a temporal timeline, right? Like that's the thing. What needs to be advocated for and done today and tomorrow and a week from now and a year from now and 5 years and 10 years and 100 years are different things. If you're making progress, there is no one thing. There's a general trajectory. Now, what am I primarily? I'm an anarchist. First and foremost. Oh, Jesus Christ. Literally created 2 minutes ago. Fuck your account. Hey, thank you for the follow, Alcap. You can take your 2-minute-old account and fuck off. Hey, some sense. In place of forming interesting relationships, we buy interesting things that are supposed to represent who we are without having to risk interacting with each other. Then we commodified what little else there was via social media. Yeah. So, yeah, I would suggest that you read How to Be an Anti-Capitalist in the 21st Century. By Eric Olin Wright. I could probably give me 1 sec. Jesus Christ, they're constantly sending those stupid updates. Where are you, Alcap? There we go. Alcap, check your whispers. So there you go. And I agree 100% with you, Mnemonic. Oh. Nobody's redeemed a stretch in a while. I'm just going to do that. Oh. Oh. Oy vey. But yeah, so there's basically your homework, Alcap. Read my 10 polls essay, read my Ansin essay, and then if you get around to it, I sent you the link. Read How to Be an Anti-Capitalist in the 21st Century. if I were to say what I am right now for an economic state, I would almost say I'm a syndicalist, because that I think is an achievable position. I don't think that in America, I'm a big fan of telling people that where I would like to go, you can't get to from here. We have to change trains at multiple train stations to get where I want to go. So ultimately, I can't do it. You gotta dun sort of thing. Bush, you should play games while you talk politics. I would not be able to maintain a line of thought, and those are two different gears, right? Like, those are two different modes of engagement for my brain. I wouldn't be able to do it. Hey, Memphis, as well as I can be. How are you, Memphis? Oops, I did not mean to click that. Oogly. Sure, that. Memphis is oogly. Yeah, it's that direction. Let me kill that. There we go. All right. Oh, it's been a fairly, it's been none. I mean, adorable, by the way. Not none of those. No, I haven't, Kaiser. Memphis. Can't really answer that question. Did that answer your question? I didn't say that. In no way, shape, or form would I ever encourage that. I denounce and repudiate it. Unfortunately, a nuanced conversation involving that topic is not possible. It's not that I can't have the nuanced conversation. It's that nuanced conversation is forbidden. So I operate within those bounds, knowing full well. Yeah. Hey, Lucy. Oh, yeah, actually, I think we watched it on stream one night. Yeah, we watched that on stream. I just pulled it open really quickly just to check, make sure, Kaiser. So who should the world or USA emulate? Maybe Denmark. If you want to head in the right direction, Denmark. It's not purely socialist. It's still got capitalist bullshit in it. But it's strapped to the floor. Yeah. Nordic, for sure. a solid set of social safety nets, a lack of a prison industrial complex, a recognition of human rights and treatment of their prisoners as human beings, more advanced minimum wage policies, stronger unions. Yeah. It's at least a step in the right direction. Would I advocate for more? Yeah, I'd advocate for more. But yeah, it's a step in the right direction. What's the point of the leading questions? Where do you want this to head? The end state would be a fully automated system in which humanity's basic needs are taken care of, not taking into account the individual's level of productivity for society in order to contribute to their baseline needs, and utilizing a level of technology that could provide what would be described as a luxury style of life for the individual without having to contribute to the system. We're headed in that direction. Many people would point to a Star Trek-esque society. That's where we're headed. We're pointed in that direction. The only problem is that the interim step that we're taking right now in the form of neoliberal hypercapitalism or predatory capitalism eschews the individual and essentially throws aside anyone it deems not welcome or not productive. And as a result of that lack of access to the capital market, decides their fate for them. Whereas the world is plentiful enough and technology is plentiful enough. Memphis, actually, that came before the Replicator in the timeline of Star Trek. Their society of plenty came before for the Replicator technology. But it was after the capitalist collapse and wars that resulted in their timeline. And you can see through Marx's critiques of capitalism what late stage and end stage capitalism looked like, and it looks a lot like what we're seeing now. You can mitigate that using socialist and communistic and more communitarian policies in order to restrict and further augment that capitalistic model to provide a better and greater quality of life for the individual. And you can see that in examples like the Nordic countries. But ultimately, there will be an extent to which that can, a outer limit to which that can go. And once it's achieved, all capitalism turns inwardly. And due to the exploitative nature of capitalism, you begin exploiting your own people, your own resources. Generally, it likes to offshore it first. It distances itself, hence China, Bangladesh, Sub-Saharan Africa, that sort of thing. But that's inevitably what does occur. And we can see that now. So. Thank you, Memphis. And what have you been drinking, Memphis? Always interested to know. Contact. Yes, that one. Bell's Two Hearted. Hey, Bush, welcome back. It's an IPA. All right, cool. Well, enjoy. From a non-drinker to I don't consume or imbibe any longer. Haven't for years. But enjoy on my behalf. The chair is against the wall. You mean that wall way back there? Or maybe it's a reference to something else entirely. What do I know? I personally believed... Yeah, I have pictures. I have an entire folder of pictures from Tiananmen Square. It's not propaganda. They mulched. They literally ran people over to the point of losing all semblance of human form, and then fire hosed it into the gutters. That's not stuff today. That's a long time ago. Uyghur camps today. Live organ harvesting today using their prison systems. The social credit system alone, in combination with the surveillance state that they've set up. Imperialism, predatory capitalism. No. Because a good portion of it isn't coming from the US. A good portion of it is coming from Chinese dissidents and escapees. Exactly, Lucy. Exactly. You mean capitalism? See, this is what capitalism does. Neoliberal hypercapitalism or predatory capitalism provides short-term boons for long-term degradation. It's an exploitative system. What you do is you cut corners, you exploit workers, natural resources, you offshore where you can, and you cut every corner you can. You mess with your currency a touch along the way, and you be amazed what you can do. But long term, what it does is it ruins it breaks your people and ruins the environment. Oh, and generally creates havoc and misery abroad. You're welcome, and thank you, and just for you, man.
Fuck the Chinese government, there!
There you go, Memphis. Just for you. No, fuck, why would I? I'm an anarchist, right? Like, I'm not a fucking, first and foremost, I'm an anarchist, right? Like, collapsing down of hierarchical power structures and a philosophical challenging of power and authority mechanisms, right? Who the fuck? China? The Chinese government? Holy shit. They are, first and foremost, an authority mechanism. Like, if there was ever the definition of a power structure, the CCP, wow. Yeah. Like, fuck those guys. They do not meet the challenge, right? That philosophical challenge has to be met successfully. You must justify your authority and power structure. There's no justifying the CCP. There's no justifying the Chinese government. Hey there, Panda. Lovely to see you as well. And thank you so much. Apparently I got a emote as well out of that. So thank you, Memphis. Yeah, how you been, Panda? Hope you've been okay. We're just having a conversation about the merits or lack thereof of the Chinese government. Looks like we may have a tanky. Or had, I don't know. Based on your year's worth of expertise, Tootsie? By what? How would I meet your qualifications as an anarchist, Tootsie? Seeing as you're the expert in the room presently. Never mind that, you know, years of study. What would qualify me in your eyes? Oh, so you're a primitivist, not an anarchist. Cool. So, material conditions of modern society are to be accepted, and you should definitely consider yourself only an anarchist if you're living in a hut in the woods, having eschewed civilization and society entirely, having built your furniture yourself with your own hatchet, right? You're a primitivist, not an anarchist. Exactly. Anarchists can't own things. We all know that, Kai. Checkmate, Antichrist. I mean anarchists. See, it would help if you knew what anarchist meant in the first place. Hey, Blaze. Anarchism is when no iPhone. Yes, exactly. It's 100% what it means. Momo, sweet. I did it right. No iPhone. Anarchism is return to monkey. Yes. A recognition of modern material conditions is not something people who are not capable or not prepared to have a nuanced conversation about things are usually very good at. The fact of the matter is you don't know what an anarchist is. You're basing it on material possessions rather than an advocacy or belief or ideology that is held, right? And in the words of Emma Goldman, there is no perfect expression of anarchism because anarchism isn't a monolithic dogma. It's a network of ideas, and we much prefer it that way. But those network of ideas are concerned with hierarchies, power and authority mechanisms. That's what they're concerned with. First and foremost. Yes, there's a dissolution of the state that usually comes in because the state is generally seen as a monopoly on force and it fails to validate itself through the philosophical challenge of power and authority mechanisms. But the fact of the matter is there's no primitivist rubric by which anarchism gets defined unless you are talking anarcho-primitivist. Your material possessions, there is no ethical consumption under capitalism. That's just the truth of the matter. But much like the "but you live in a society" comic, you've turned yourself into a meme. It's like saying during feudalistic times that, hey, maybe we should improve this. Maybe we should change this. Oh, but you benefit from it. You bootstrap and you red tape and bootstrap everybody using that argument. It's silly. It's advocating for anti-progressivism. It's advocating for conservatism. That things should stay the way they are because there is no valid justification for an argument to make progress or change the system contained from within the system. Anybody who is within that system is nullified from changing or advocating for any other position thereof because they are contained within that system. That is insane. And it's essentially what conservatives argue. Built my own, Bush. Built my own. Yeah. That's what I dealt with religion. Doesn't have a name. Never named it. I have rites, I have rituals, I have practices, I have mantras, I have, that sort of stuff. Never named it. Doesn't really need a name. Why name something that's intrinsic to you? It's not really a joining kind of thing. It's not, it's just back when I was doing conlangs, I was, you're constructed languages, by the way, conlangs. Back when I was playing around with conlangs, you're starting to, no, I don't, Bush. But you're creating symbolic versions or new symbolism. And so I was like, oh, I have, these symbols that for these words, as it were, from phonemes, Hey, Bread Theory, what's up? Thank you for the follow. I started, assigning some of them to higher level concepts. Care, compassion, empathy, kindness, sympathy, love, intent, wisdom, will, these sorts of things. And I was like, well, I'm not a fan of organized religion. I'm not a fan of prescribed religions or beliefs. So why don't I take what I find palatable, eschew what I don't, and fill in from my own entheogenic psychedelic experiences over the years and plug it in where I saw fit. So yeah. But never had a need to name it. So it's nice to see at least one Puritopian. We seem to always, like, once a week we get a Puritopian. They're always fun. Oh, see, I could have used you a little bit ago, Panda. I had a stretch of like 2.5 hours. And then I had to stretch on my own. Oh. Oh. Memphis. Ooh, look at all the your Soros bucks. Tons of Soros bucks for you. Oh. Actually, yeah, there is something I can stretch there. Shoulder blades, shoulder blades. Oh, there you go. You do realize that anarchists are leftists, right? There is such a thing as post-left anarchism, but the fact of the matter is it's called post-left anarchism. So it indicates where anarchism resides by its very nature. I mean, egalitarian, humanistic concern with the individual in balance with society, communitarian beliefs such as mutual aid and solidarity. This is... Oh! And the game is given away. By left, you mean Democrats. So you have been subjected to such an Overton window shift, apparently, that, yeah, you don't know which way is up and down anymore. The Democrats are centrist right-leaning. Any European, any South American can inform you with a more grounded perspective. Hey, Memphis. Thank you for the bits. They're right-leaning centrists. Yeah. So, I hope Sue's okay. Let me check him. He's still online. He was just having a conversation with somebody then. All right, cool. Sue's been having drama. Fucking streamer drama. Telling you. Anarcho-Bidenism. I love that you still push that, RV. You push that hard and heavy. You really go after it. I appreciate it. Yeah, he's fine, Panda. He's fine. He just had a bit of streamer drama. It happens to the best of us. Yeah. Well, interestingly enough, Panda, it's because of that he now, see, RV, you go and confuse the chuds with that shit. The ones that don't even know what anarchism is. Think you're being serious? You're gonna get that shit spreading around. Yeah, feel free. You know what, RV? Feel free to provide your own definition, because that's fucking amazing. Yeah, Panda, it actually is because he's such a nice guy that actually got him in that drama to start with. Well, Bush, there's a command for that. Tootsie. Tootsie, I'm going to do you the favor that chat's not going to do you. You're being fucked with. Anarcho-Bidenism isn't a thing, but it is a meme. No, don't do it. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Then we'll raise the communist flag and surrender to the Soviet Union once and for all. Oh, love it. Who? Anarcho-Bidenism is basically founded by the CEO of Antifa, who decided that Joe Biden could usher in utopia. Don't believe me? Go to Antifa.com. Is that, wait, is that still? Nope. What are my bi-weekly meetings for then? So are you the Starbucks haters? I don't drink coffee. Like, I hate Starbucks on the same level that I hate McDonald's. It's shit. It's just crap. I cook all my own meals. I haven't eaten out in years and years and years. The only time I have eaten out in 8 years is when I go on vacation. If I have a vacation, which is increasingly difficult given my my progressive neuropathy, I will eat out then. But I cook all my own meals from scratch. I don't use prepared meals. I scratch make basically everything. You know, if I use sauerkraut, I make the sauerkraut. It's like that. So I see Starbucks in the same light that I see McDonald's. It barely qualifies as food. It's shit coffee. There's better coffee. But, I mean, you know. Yeah, Momo, Starbucks is gross. I don't drink coffee, I just do Ritalin. We're all subscribers to Anarcho-Bidenism. The main tenet is that every male between the ages of 12 to 27 will be forced to transition to women, and then there's more women to get abortions, so conservatives get even more owned, so we all win. Wait, we have an emote for that. Bless your heart. Oh. I'm out of turmeric tea, guys. I'm out of my tea. Oh, well. Is what it is. And calm ball. What do we got? Oh. I'm amazed that Kami got the Molotov approved by Twitch. That is amazing to me. I had to modify my bootlicker emote to not have like some droplets of spit that came off of it, and fucking Kami got the fucking Molotov approved. It's amazing to me. Oh, is rule number 1 still don't be a Rick, right, Gringo? Because if it's still, no, it's fine. No worries. Yeah, if it's rule number 1, I thought it was cardio. Yeah, okay. So if rule number 1 is still don't be a Rick, and let me just. Oh, no. Rule number 1, no arguing without content. Okay, so no arguing without content is that you're not allowed to sit in chat and say wrong, no, that's bullshit. no, that sort of thing over and over again, right? If you're gonna have the discussion, if you're gonna disagree, then disagree with content, right? Say, no, you're wrong because, right? That's the no arguing without content rule, which is, I just checked, is rule number 1. So yeah, feel free to disagree, but bring something to the table for fuck's sake. And don't be a Rick is a reference to the old podcasting days. It is a very real person. But it's sort of a community and joke at this point. There was a rule 0 once upon a time. Rule 0 was don't make me make rules. And then people fucking violated rule 0. So yeah. But welcome, Gringo, nonetheless. Don't talk about anarcho-Bidenism. Yes, exactly. Fucking first rule of anarcho-Bidenism, don't talk about anarcho-Bidenism. You're gonna make that shit a thing, RV. Arrays start at 0 and so shall the rules, so it says in rule -1. I'm an IT guy. I count at 0, right? You're starting to... No. Gringo's picking up fast. Gringo is faster than Toots. Gringo's picking it up. Fucking anarcho-Bidenism? No, I'm an anarcho-authoritarian. Mad props. Gringo's picking up what we're putting down. Second rule, Mitch McConnell has bitch tits. Lies, rules and an anarchy stream? Impossible. Yes, we have to contend with those people all the time. That, a lawless society where it's every man for themselves in a dog-eat-dog world. That's what anarchism is, right? It doesn't have structure or organization whatsoever. Anybody who's been to an anarchistic organizational meeting of some sort can tell you about how stupidly overblown that idea is. I advocate for anarcho-syndicalism as a stop on the journey, right? Am I like Vosh? I don't know. That'd be for somebody else to make a judgment on. Perfectly honest, I've never really watched Vosh. It's not my thing. But I advocate for a thing I refer to as Thucydian incrementalism as far as methodology of change and changing a system. I can explain further if you so want. But I utilize, basically, anarchism is a lens of analysis. Anarchism being, a wide river with many contributing streams and tributaries, but fundamentally, it is about a collapsing down of hierarchical power structures into a heterarchy or horizontal organizational structure, and a philosophical challenging of power and authority mechanisms wherever they may lie, and then the dismantling or replacement if they do not meet that challenge, right? This is anarchism. But you can use it as a lens of analysis for things. Agriculture, organizational structure, technology, political organization, it doesn't matter. Like, I am an anarchist in my primacy, right? But then you have the discussion about other things utilizing that anarchism. Right? So syndicalism I see as a nice step. A DemSoc. All right, cool. But tankies have ruined. We had one earlier, or do we still have? I forget. Either way. Tankies are a problem. Don't forget the crime. Yes, anarcho-illegalism for you. I'll help you, Curio, if you want to write that essay. Like, if you want to write that essay, I'll help you write that essay. That will be a hilarious essay to write. I would most assuredly like to write that essay with you. God, hands are burning. Hands are burning. All right. I genuinely do. Right. All right, then we'll figure that out, Curio. That's a lot easier than the religious stuff we have planned. Anarcho-illegalism, you and I could hammer out probably in a weekend. So let's do that. Gringo, as a DemSoc, if you want to like kind of recapture some of your like your mojo, might I recommend a book to you? I do recommend it to a lot of people, but How to Be an Anti-Capitalist, How to Be an Anti-Capitalist in the 21st Century by Eric Olin Wright. Super useful for a DemSoc especially. Yeah. It will definitely get you some of your mojo back as far as like why I believe this, what I should like, what are some of the changes I want to make, that sort of thing. Not super complicated, not super huge. Tell you what, let me hook you up here. Let me take care of you. First off, Gringo. Use that. I presume, I mean, you're a DemSoc and you're on Twitch. I presume you have Discord. Once I see you dump in to Discord, I will take care of the rest. You're new to Twitch. All right. Well, rock on. All right, well, we'll get you on Discord first, and then I'll take care of the rest for you. So would this anarchist deconstruction differ from a post-structuralist, postmodern deconstruction, or are they similar? Oy vey. Jesus, why is my white balance changing? There we go. Kaiser, how the fuck are you not on Discord? Alright, who's Hexy? Which one of you fuckers is Hexy? You know what? Hang on. Let me just issue a... new invite for whoever needs it. Alright, Blaze. Post-structuralist, no. Postmodern, I mean, I suppose to the extent that our culture has been informed by postmodernism to such an to such a large degree at this point, maybe. The decision incrementalist methodology that I talk about is named after the ship of Theseus thought experiment. Born of the Odyssey. Theseus' ship leaves, they change out every piece on the ship returns. Is it the same ship still, right? It's got the same name, they were on it the whole fucking time. Is it the same ship? And everybody has a different answer. I don't care about what answer you may have. But it is born of this philosophy, right? That you can leave on this ship and come back on this ship, but every piece of the ship has been changed. Not whole cloth at a single time, but every deck board, every mast, every line of rigging, every sail, it can all be changed while it's underway. And it can still serve as a ship for you, right? This is Theseusine incrementalism. That you can take a political system and you can change out components of it while it's still in operation without revolution, without shutting it down and rebooting it, which is what revolution would be. You can keep it underway and change every single component of it. You just have to be, hey, Dan Simpson, I saw you got fucking rated hard today. I saw those numbers. Jesus Christ. You were up in the 300s. Congrats. That was epic. Yeah, so you know, something for you, Liz. If Curio reads an audiobook about anarcho-criminalism, I would never need to pay for porn again. Lovely. And he's getting the library card. Kaiser, that was you. All right, so Hexy is Kaiser. Cool. So you do philosophy too? Yeah, not to. I dated a philosophy fucking major who went on to do his master's at Harvard and a PhD at Oxford for a while. I got pushed, you know, to the extent that anybody who's interested in political science would be interested in philosophy as well, right? The underpinnings, everything is politics and everything is philosophy, right? That's how it works with. That's how it works. So what is the transition to, Lucy, what does the transition to syndicalism even look like? Is it a bunch of worker co-ops, unions just taking over the economy and making government obsolete or something? Liz, okay, there's Liz. Hey, how are you, boo? Dude, it would, you know, I've been a lot of good actual, like, theory and discussion and praxis discussion today, Dan. Yeah. Stuff that you can't, like, individual conversations and that sort of thing. Like, I like seeing the higher numbers, don't get me wrong, but once I hit, like, 50 to 60 people, I can't really engage in my form of praxis, right? Like, I like to actually engage one-on-one with people in the conversation. I like to engage in the dialectic. Right? Like, people have questions, people have comments, that sort of thing. I like to go through them as best I can, and I get backed up in chat. Do 300, like you fucking pegged when Tina rolled through. That was intense. That starts whizzing by. And it's just, you know, fuck chat at that point. There's no keeping up with that. Mad props, though. Congrats. Lucy, what does the transition look like? I need to. Kai does everything. I actually do philosophy, politics, economics, and religion. Gringo. Those are generally my wheelhouses. Although I will also do technology as well. Because I am an IT professional from way fucking back. I will speak on that with authority. But the transition to syndicalism, what does it look like, Lucy? It looks like a redemocratization of workplaces. It looks like a repeal of the 1947 Taft-Hartley Act. It looks like, burned out IT tech. It looks like a repeal of the 1947 Taft-Hartley Act, which decriminalizes at a federal level a lot of the like wildcat, solidarity, and general strike techniques that were outlawed utilizing the Taft-Hartley Act. Once you do that, then it's a reclaiming of the workplace using unionization or trade unions or syndicat, which is French for trade union. And once you do that, you can start moving into a whole host of not only just like worker cooperatives, but also a whole host of other forms of operating modalities as well. You could also migrate to something along the lines of, now this is much further down the line, right? But you would also want to migrate to something like banks as a public utility, right? You could also like SOEs, state-owned enterprises. You could utilize for banking systems as well. So on this journey, that's kind of what it would look like. And yeah, once you start unionizing or reclaiming the workplace for the working class, utilizing those shared bargaining rights, then what you can do is the full redemocratization of the workplace, the reclaiming of it in the name of the workers, and sort of, you know, if it isn't a worker co-op or that sort of thing, then the workers can, you know, make demands of the private enterprise, like a placing of worker representatives on the board of the company as well, or those sorts of things that level the playing field, and then you take the next step beyond that. So I hope that sort of shapes it out for you, Lucy. Well, Dan, I'm gonna shamelessly do this, Dan, if you're still there. If I'm on the air and you have 300 people, next time, throw them my way. I want the follows. I had a goal set for myself for the end of this year. I wanted 1,000 follows. And I came up a little short. I'm happy. I'm perfectly happy. But by all means, feel free to raid the fuck out of this channel if you got numbers like that. Shameless, fucking shameless. Hey, gotta get the message out, and you gotta have the numbers to do it, right? The more people I can have a conversation with, or speak to, or advocate to, the more progress maybe we can make. At the end of the day, it really isn't about me. It is about the message. It is about the praxis. I really give a shit on some level that I probably shouldn't. See, Dan, I have a policy. I don't raid anybody who doesn't have like single digit numbers, right? Like I hover around 30 to 60, right? Like that's my window that I seem to hover at. I've gotten up to, I think my high is like 116, 117, something like that. But I hover around 30 to 60 viewers. I raid people with single digits. That's simple. Occasionally somebody who's like in the 12 to 15, like if they're a buddy. It makes their day, right? Like you said, like I raided the Antifada and they didn't even notice me. Like that. No, like I would dream of taking like destiny numbers to somebody who has like single digits. Like send somebody as an advanced squad and like, we have 25,000 people that are about to raid your channel. Are you down for it? That would be amazing. It's good praxis, bro. I gotta learn from my lesson. Well, hey, as long as you learn, that's all you can do. Yeah. I've been firm in that for as long as I've been rating people. It has to make a difference, right? I'm not rating somebody who has the same number as me. Like that's pointless. Like, dang, I was gonna ask what his thoughts on existentialism was, but that's cool. Philosophy is an ugly beast. I am prone to the existentialist dilemma as just as much as the next guy. I think that the subjective nature of human consciousness and being unto itself is a problem for us all. Gringo, I think as any good tripper, anybody who's done their fair share of psychedelics can tell you. Ace! Glad to see you, Ace. Yeah, I definitely. Well, shit, I'm trying to start a stream setup. I'll choose you as my go-to advisor. Joking. You, by all means, Gringo. Again, you don't have to joke. I'm an anarchist who believes in mutual aid and solidarity. Like, I have a lifetime of IT experience. Sharing my skill set is one of the things that I can do that is very good praxis. If you have technical questions, by all means, ask away. I don't put a lot of production into my streams, but again, that doesn't mean I don't know how to do it. I just don't give a shit about transitions and stingers and, fancy graphics on whizzing around the screen and fucking banners up here and shit. It's not something I'm into. But, if you have questions, I can help. Let's see. Oh, rock on. I just saw the link, cool boy. What if a democratized workplace has a substantial amount of racist or homophobic individuals? Not trying to argue, just curious because this question I'm bothered by. Then the same thing as any sort of subset group that has a large amount of racist or homophobic individuals, it's going to be a toxic environment. But the benefit of how society organizes itself is that the outside groups don't necessarily need to do business with them, right? So you experience rampant racism in business C. Business A and B respond. It's that simple. The community ostracizes them. Peer pressure. Knock that shit off. Or else we will cut your supply line off. Panda. Oh, that's Lucy talking about how unions are toothless, and they are. Master anarcho Bidenizer. Hey, Bread Pill. Hope you're doing well. Welcome back, Alcap. Glad to hear. Definitely. All right. Bush, Adobe is going. You mean Flash? Yeah, there's the next question. Adobe's going away in like 2 days. What does that mean for Flash game sites? Legacy support will still exist. Flash will stop receiving upgrades. There may be community porting and support, but the fact of the matter is there will be legacy support for a while, but many browsers already have downgraded and demoted the Flash player unto itself. I know that in certain browsers you have to specifically authorize Flash to even run because it's been seen as a security risk for quite some time. So it will be runnable in certain browsers for the foreseeable future, but not commonly in like the first startup run of a new browser that you may install on a base system. I'll do you one better, RV. I see your timeout, and I raise you a ban. There we go. The homophobic, borderline racist, closed-minded, capitalist chud shut down. There we go. All right, let me, wait, what was that? What am I seeing? Oh, that's over there. Don't care. Farming points. Fair enough. Oh, I'll just stop. Won't happen. I only honor good faith redemptions. It's that simple. What if business A or B is okay with it because it doesn't affect them or increases their ability to produce by working for them? Then you end up with a toxic environment. But, you know, again, you're going to have to deal with the greater society. And even the society itself could end up being toxic to what degree or another. I mean, you could look at, Saudi Arabia as an example for that, gringo. You know, you could look at the U.S. Jim Crow law era. You could look at, you know, there's nothing preventing society from going that direction ultimately. There's nothing but the will of the people, right? It's a matter of education, philosophy, and temperament at the end of the day. You could easily, couldn't imagine why, Bush, if a society wants to murder gay people and they decide collectively for one reason or another that that's okay, then they're going to do it. Despite any law in the book that says otherwise, despite any other reason that they may have, if the collective decides to do it, then they're going to do it. So that's a failure of every system, not just one. That's a foible of human beings. Confederated cat, bread pill. I talk about in my Anson essay, actually about the Federation issue, and I am a large advocate for consensus decision making, which allows for unilateral universal veto power of any member of the voting group, as it were. Good night, Panda. Sleep well. Does my website or library continue works on anarchism being effectively applied today? Today is in, let's say, the last 15 years. Almost done with Chomsky. Trying to think off the top of my head if there's any literature in that library that would help you with that. Rojava is definitely going to be something you're going to look into if you're looking for... Who asked? RV. I was RV. Bottom. There you go. RV, you're definitely going to want to look into Rojava. Oops. Rojava. Sorry. Hey, thank you. Alright, man, I probably disagree with you a lot, but try to get on Dylan Burns. No, Prime Case. No. More intelligent than the tankies and conservatively put on. Thank you for the compliment. But I don't know who Dylan Burns is, but I know who Prime Case is, and not to speak too ill of other streamers, the fact that you can buy your way on and pay to ban people from that panel show drives me crazy at a base level. $50 and I can kick somebody off. Oof. That bothers me in a very real way. Dylan Burns is a socialist streamer. He's great. Jesus Christ. Hey, Lynx. Yeah, well, Lynx, they accomplish one thing. Publicity. That's what they accomplish. And so, I mean, there is that. There's the furthering of the channel goals by going on those sorts of things. What did, yeah, no, he was the campaign manager. I just looked it up, DJ. It's campaign manager. Oh, and thank you for the bits, Gringo. Yeah, we've had a, you know, it's been a fairly slow and quiet stream. I gotta say, I've been sub 30, which is not great for my viewership usually. But we had a lot of really good conversation. I mean, had a few chuds, but I gotta say, you know, a lot of actual inquiring minds and people who wanted to know more tonight. And I appreciate that more than any sort of analytic or metric. So rock on. Yeah. Yeah, well, it would be a matter of an invite. I don't know Dylan. I know no one from Dylan's channel. But by all means, feel free to advocate for me, Gringo. Spread the name if you so choose. You know, if you want to suggest and they reach out, feel free. Thank you, Gringo. I'm not big into self-promotion. I don't like to go on other people's shows and be like, "Hey, me, like you should talk to me." Like that feels weird to me, and it always has. But I appreciate that. But yeah, Prime's channel drives me nuts. It really does. I try not to speak on it too often. RV. Where's it at? I have. I don't know, it's still going, right? Oh, they failed though, right? Yeah. There you go. You might want to look into those places, RV. I just jumped. I just dropped into chat. Bomb is. Thank you, Gringo. Yeah, those will give you some modern examples to sort of look at. you're a big boy. You can do your. Oh, I have a tendency to sit cross-legged, which is not great for a number of reasons. But yeah, Momo gets it. How you been, Lynx? I haven't talked to you since movie night. I hope you're okay. Hope you're doing as well as you can be. Alcap, I literally started streaming on Twitch with series of goals in mind. One of which is to be an approachable anarchist. Right? Most people haven't had a conversation with an anarchist, and most people only know anarchists through black bloc activities from the Seattle protests, right? They envision somebody in a balaclava, all black, throwing a brick through a Starbucks window. This is the only exposure they've ever had. I wanted to be somebody who was approachable. Somebody who would have the conversation and engage in the dialectic. I wanted to be a PR person, for anarchism. And so the fact that you said, you guys aren't too bad either, I was expecting worse, I'm glad that I accomplished one of my goals. So in that, I'm successful, and thank you for informing that, because that's the kind of community I try and cultivate to an extent. Occasionally we have to roll out mockery and make fun of the chuds. What are you gonna do? But I'm glad that you found at least some reasonableness within the positions. Thank you. Please goes a long way. I'm gonna do it anyway, Oatmeal. But please and thank you, or cost you nothing. Anarchism is a wide river with many contributing streams and tributaries. In my opinion, it's about a collapsing down of hierarchical power structures into a heterarchy or horizontal organizational structure, and a philosophical challenging of power and authority mechanisms, and a dismantling and replacement for those that do not meet that challenge. That is anarchism. Now, you can move on to the elimination of the state and other unjustified hierarchies, but all of this finds its root at a philosophical challenging of power and authority mechanisms and a collapsing down of hierarchical power structures. This is what anarchism at its core is about. Now, there is no perfect expression of anarchism because it isn't a single monolithic philosophy. It's a network of ideas, and we much prefer it that way. Why? Why should we? Because Ace, this is home. I love you, Ace. You know that. And explain why I'm for it. Why am I for it? Because I'm a humanitarian. Because because I believe in egalitarian principles. Because I believe in the in many of the ideals to come out of the Enlightenment. I am an idealist at a certain level. I'm also a pragmatist, so I understand that these things can't be achieved overnight. But if no one advocates for them, if no one tries and explain these concepts and try and get people to move in the direction towards these ideals, then it never happens. So that's why I do what I do. Rock on, Alcap. So there's your answer, Oatmeal. Oh, and it works better. I mean, there's a functional. I prefer an ethical or moral argument above all else, right? But 50% of the agriculture and industry during the Spanish Civil War was produced by anarchist communes. It fed the Korean people during the split. Ukraine helped organize and rally their people. It works. In moments of tragedy and strife, in moments where your government has forsaken you and society begins to break down around you, anarchistic co-ops and communes pop up all around you, almost by magic, because it is a natural state of being for human beings to engage in these forms of cooperative behavior. And without the state's monopoly on force involved, they naturally occur. So, you could go with form over function or function over form. It's your decision. But this is what anarchism is and why I'm for it, in a nutshell. So I hope that answered your question sufficiently succinctly. Alcap, while we're different, we both believe in cooperation. I hate the government too. Is this message of anarchism being expressed properly? By whom? By me? Yes. In my opinion, at least. But that's the thing. Anarchists don't believe in the application of forceful authority without justification, at least. And so it's a wide river with many different varieties. That's why I try and distill it to its essence for people. It's why I'm a 101 territory for most people. I'll show you the path. I'll get your foot on it, and I'll point you in the right direction. Oh no, violence doesn't preclude anything, Alcap. I neither advocate nor repudiate political violence. I am politically agnostic when it comes to political violence. I contextualize it historically and contemporarily. It's always existed. It will always exist. You need only understand the material conditions of human beings to understand the nature of it. But I will always just contextualize it. That's all. I won't tell you yes or no, good or bad, whether it should or shouldn't be. But I will explain to you that it has always been an outcropping of oppression. How do you think an anarchist society, whether it be... No, capitalism is antithetic. Gringo. There is no such thing as anarcho-capitalism, so you know. They are antithetical to one another. It's a bad faith inorganic argument that people on the right, neo-libertarian American libertarians have attempted to use in order to provide themselves political cover. It is not a thing. Anarchism is about the collapsing down of hierarchical power structures, and capitalism is inherently hierarchical and inherently exploitative. They are antithetical, there is no remediation to be done there. how do you think an anarchist society, whether it be socialist or distributivist, what have you, would react to pandemics? Better, gringo, better. Because in an anarchist society, they would have an understanding of mutual aid and solidarity, and would be less hyper-individualistic and more concerned with communitarian goals as a whole. So better. You could probably compare something like, who would be a fair comparison? I don't know, Mississippi to Japan. A conservative leaning, like economically conservative, hyper individualistically driven Western society versus a communitarian Eastern society would be a fair comparison. One fights against having to come together as a society and protect one another, and the other naturally just does it. And it's reflected in their COVID infection rates and their general mask wearing and social hygiene behavior sets. Yes, Lynx does. I don't know who that is. God, we got the merch train going on. Who sells what? Yeah, so if someone's using anarchism, BLM, and Antifa in the same sentence from a conservative point of view, chances are they're talking out of their ass. So don't listen to them would be my suggestion, Alcap. Chances are those same points of view don't care about individuals' rights. Yes. LCAP, if you have private ownership of the means of productions, what you're doing is inherently creating a hierarchy. That's formative in that definition. You have justified and created a hierarchy by doing that. Private individuals will have greater access to resources due to ownership within the capital class. You've just created a hierarchy with that definition. Hence, capitalism is inherently hierarchical. Straight up. Utilizing just that baseline definition. You've set yourself up to create a hierarchy, and when you create that hierarchy and create a situation in which a capitalist class has greater access to resources and benefits of society due to them owning the means of production, you create exploitation and coercion. How would it be better if most people would not be for anarchism? Wait, what? Wouldn't it just cause political dysfunction? I don't understand. Oatmeal? I don't understand where you're headed with this. Would it be better if, in my opinion, most people would not be for anarchism? Wouldn't it? Wouldn't it cause political dysfunction if we've been seeing, thus seeing the same results as a result of pandemic? I don't. How would it be better if most people would not be for anarchism? Sorry. Reword it. I'm more than happy to address it. Oh, Bush, you asked about Vince Foster. I don't get into what I call speculative thinking. I don't get into conspiracy theories. Okay, cool. Last username. He's a weird guy and cat personified. Ugh, I just, you know. I don't know what it is. Which is the ultimate destiny of capitalism if left if unrestricted? Ace, yeah, Ace. I feel you. What's nice. Hang on, let me check something here. Oh, thank God. Prime has 108 people watching. I don't get it. I never get it. I don't understand. We've also always managed to create systems in which there weren't hierarchies. In fact, there were heterarchies. This is the thing. This is where people lack experience, vision, and education, right? This is part of the poverty of philosophy that I talk about in one of my essays. We are capable and do all the time. Anarchism is a word born out of relative modernity for, hey, skeptic, for an ideal and a system of operation that has existed probably since the beginning of humans. It's really, look at skeptic. A network of ideas is what Goldman used, but yeah. Am I out of college? I am 38, Oatmeal. Although I may be headed back in. It is something I want to pursue again. Yeah. Have a husband and kids. Fuck no. Definitely to the kids. I do have somebody, but I'm aromantic, right? Like, this is the thing. I don't feel that sort of romance stuff. I just don't get it. It doesn't make sense. And I have somebody who feels the same way and understands, right? So we have a very interesting, no, not asexual, just aromantic. Yeah. So we have our lives that we occasionally overlap, and we're perfectly happy with that. But no, I have never wanted kids at any point in my life. That's somebody else's deal entirely. Anarchist societies have existed way back in time. Yes, exactly. Point that out. Well, exactly. Exactly, Wolf. Yeah, it's... Is that a geography issue? skeptic, because I know there are places that it's not easy to find yourself a sexy guy. Yep, I get it. Someone, welcome, by the way. Someone, I don't entirely disagree with that sentiment. I think there is a huge truth contained within those words. Too late, Ace. They're yours for life. You should have thought twice. Alberta, very conservative province where you get called gay as an insult all the fucking time. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, Wolf. If I knew some hot dudes up in Alberta, I'd put you in touch with them. But unfortunately, I don't even know any hot dudes in Las Vegas, and I fucking live here. I've never been much or one for the gay scene. Ah, yes. Yeah, I did see that. Thank you, Sue. I checked that a bit ago. I know people at work that advocate for putting gays in death camps. Jesus Christ. I'm sorry that you have to put up with that, skeptic. That's insane. I lucked out, no children, mid-30s, probably going to leave China in a few months. Come back to America. Good luck with that. Hang on. Hey, thank you for the follow, Radar Ranger. And it's because of people like those I'm still not 100% open about it. Oh, that sucks, Wolf. I'm sorry to hear that, man. That fucking sucks. Having to be closeted is a pain in the ass. I don't know who or what you're talking about, Oatmeal, at this point, or who you're talking to, even. Good on you, Momo. What? Oh, Jesus Christ. Gringo. We're gonna go down that road, huh? This always opens up a can of worms, Gringo. What's your opinion on abortion on philosophical grounds, not legality? It's a private property issue. You either own your own body or you don't. It is neither the state nor any other individual or group's responsibility or purview to inform or inflict a decision on a child bearer's decision. It's a fetus. Do what you will with it. It's a personal property issue. ANCAP argument. In fact, personal property is recognized as a separate concept from private property. Most people are not aware that there's personal, private, and public, right? Personal is a different thing entirely, and everybody recognizes it. Socialists, communists, anarchists, everybody recognizes personal property. So yeah. Oh, you meant the idea of what and when personhood starts. Birth, successful delivery, and survival. I mean, realistically, personhood should start around, I don't know, age 45, maybe a little later. But definitely birth. Yeah. No, skeptic, not private, personal. Find your love. My best friend, hey, Southern girl. My best friend was gay, always in the closet, never found love, died 3 weeks ago at 52. Oh, broke my heart. I'm sorry to hear that, Southern girl. Oh, did I? I'm sorry, I misspoke if I said private property. It is a personal property. Sorry if I misspoke. Four hours into a stream. What are you gonna do? And occasionally the wires get crossed. It is what it is. And when do I come out to people? And when I do come out to people, people ask weird fucking questions like, what are your gay fantasies? And it's like, why the fuck do you need to know? Skeptic. Dude, just ask them right out of the gate. Like, well, what are your fantasies? When's the last time you used a dildo on your wife? See how this is weird and uncomfortable? Yeah. Yeah, you made it that way. Like, just fucking turn that shit right around on them. Be like, yeah, this is weird. This is weird that you're asking this. Memphis. Oh boy, I came back at a real interesting time. It brought me 2 amazing souls. Still want to get rid of them though. Ace, love it. Do I have any children? No. Fuck no. Never wanted them. Never. There's never been a point in my life, Memphis, where I was like, you know, maybe I can be a father. No, I've never wanted kids. I have no parental instinct. I worked for the Boys and Girls Clubs. I was the director of technology regionally for a while. But I don't want anything to do with them. Never. Like, I don't like kids. I don't, none of that shit makes sense to me. Plus I'm gay. Like, I'm a gay dude. Like, nature decided for me, right? Like, I don't have a single inclination in my psyche to want or nurture children, and I'm gay on top of that. Clearly, the universe is trying to tell me something, right? Like, so, yeah, no, I have no kids. Hey, Ancom. Yeah, just like when people ask, when are you guys going to have kids? If you don't want kids, just start sharing intimate details of your sex life or ask for intimate details with theirs. They'll shut them right up. Yeah, oh yeah, that's weird as fuck. So when are you guys going to start raw dogging? It's the weirdest fucking question. Like, so when are you guys, it's fine in the form of, oh, when are you guys going to have kids? But if you ask, so when are you going to go off birth control and start raw dogging? Like, so fucking weird. I don't even know what the fuck that's supposed to be. Universe. Bish, don't be a dad. Kai. Advice taken. I've had in-laws say I was selfish for not reproducing. Oh yeah. Yeah. I've had plenty of friends and acquaintances over the years that inform me as to the pressures of society and family structure that are hoisted upon couples, especially women. Yeah, it's a bitch. Moomin, the way we like sex, it's hard to get kids. Moomin. Oh. So glad to know more about you. Serious question though, what's the magic change in personhood that happens outside of the womb? It's survivability outside the womb, right? Generally speaking, nobody's going to do a third trimester abortion for you unless there's a medical condition in which it necessitates it, threatening both threatening the life of the mother and the child, right? Like this is the thing. Third trimester abortions are exceedingly rare. They're a talking point for Christian evangelicals and right-wingers. The fact of the matter is what the fuck are you on about? Southern girl, I like puppies better. I feel you. That was my response, Skeptic. Like, straight up put a pause in my game. Like, I'm sorry, what? Yes, I did know that, Skeptic. And Marx was a lawyer. Who would have guessed, right? So hello, Dar. And hello, Dar. That is the enlightened position on the matter. Yeah, and so the entire movement is colored with the one nutjob fringe British group. Like, I don't understand where you're headed, someone. The homosexual identity competes with transgenderism in the young male. This struggle is open in Britain and Australia, where LGBT people are trying to stop the schools from telling young boys they might be women instead of homosexuals. Maybe if you remove that first sentence entirely, we wouldn't have such pause. Because, yeah, I mean, some shitty turf organization in Britain is behaving like that, but, I mean, the homosexual identity competes with transgenderism in the young male is weird way to start that statement. Maybe oftentimes society or other interest groups attempt to manipulate young people in order to push them towards one identity or another based on their biases and preferences. Oftentimes, in certain societies, as an example, the LGBT alliance in Britain, that sort of thing. Very weirdly set up. Southern Girl. Good night. Sleep well. I hope you're as well as you can be. Until next time. Oh, now you're wrong. Now you're just fucking wrong. This is where I thought you were headed. I'm gay and I'm a dude, right? Like, I've never wanted to be a woman. Hey, J Miles. There's never been a... I enjoy being a guy. It's fun. I've always hung out with straight dudes. You're fucking insane. Yeah, you're fucking... That's batshit. If you tell little Jimmy he could grow up to be a woman instead of a homosexual, they'll always choose to be a woman. So you're homophobic. You've taken it all the way around into being homophobic. Holy shit. You've taken trans acceptance and managed to turn it into homophobia. Either you are an epic level troll, which mad props. Mad props. Either you are an epic level troll or you are sincerely confused. Gay exclusionary reactionary feminist. Wow. I looks like I'm still... Yeah, refresh it. Yeah, someone. Hey, someone. Do you want to have a conversation on Discord? Because I think chat would enjoy it. And I would love to hear you just attempt to rationalize my existence out of existence. And Two Rabbit, and Moomin, and a whole bunch of other people. That's some of the craziest shit I have heard in ages. And I talk to fucking literal neo-Nazis. Alright? That's how fucking insane that shit is. Cool, Landcom. You do you. Sorry. Yeah, Twitch has been weird. Oh, yeah, no, it's either epic level trolling, which, again, I applaud. I applaud. If this is just trolling, mad props. This is a take that I haven't heard before, right? It's so much better than just MAGA 2020, fucking Trump forever, that shit. It's never fun. It's never interesting. This is interesting. This is sincerely an interesting form of trolling, right? But I'm hoping it's a sincerely held belief. because that would make it so much more interesting. Holy shit. Genius level. Like, I mean, yeah, like that's, it has to be trolling because, I mean, God help us if there's somebody walking around actually advocating this. Yeah, exactly, Moomin. If it's trolling, I appreciate it. If it's not, it's borderline psychotic delusion. I mean, wouldn't you leave on that, Skeptic? Like, that's your fucking closer, right? Like, that's the high point of your set. You put the microphone in the stand and you walk out. Nope. 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 Haven't walked out. Holy shit. There's a laundry list of people. There's a laundry list of people who have just torn that book asunder. The Man Who Would Be Queen, The Science of Gender Bending and Transsexualism by Bailey, whose name is actually J. Michael Bailey, for those interested. There is a laundry list of people who have taken this dude to task and this book to task. It is pseudoscience writ large. Documents how would-be homosexuals can be identified at a young age because they all exhibit the feminine characteristics. The schools are the ones who are now in charge of choosing if little Jimmy wants to be a woman or if the homosexual identity is forced on him. The trans community alone has fucking ripped this book apart. This book is insane. Like, the negative reactions from the gay community, the transgender community, biologists, psychologists, sociologists, anthropologists. I mean, literally, there isn't a bioethicists. There isn't a group in existence who hasn't torn this fucking book a new one. Holy shit. And that's what you go with either. That's what you go with. Hey, someone, why don't you get on air? We need to have this conversation. This is insane. You're worth talking to. I'm trying, Skeptic. I'm trying. You got a microphone on if you're on your own phone, you got a headset. Let's have the conversation because I would love to be explained to exactly where my conservative fucking Vermont elementary school was when they were determining whether I would be gay or transgender, because I got to tell you, they weren't really fans of any of the queers, right? They weren't really pushing us in any direction other than be straight. So I'd love to know how a society of be straight forced me into being gay over being transgendered. Sergeant Buff, yeah, I'm gay. Because someone, this is delusionary psychosis. You have managed to take trans acceptance and spin it all the way around into homophobia, which is a mental gymnastic the likes of which a Trump supporter could appreciate. And I want to have this conversation. Moomin, I'd like to know when my Coal Town Secondary School and my engineering college turned me bi. Exactly. Everybody wants you in Discord. Everybody wants you on chat. Good night, Gringo. Thank you. I don't have an opinion on them, Sergeant Buff. I don't care. Not my life, not my decision. Yeah. To each their own. To each family their own. To each child and adult their own decision. My opinion is I'm a gay cis male. I have no opinion on puberty blockers. And I don't think that you should have an opinion as to whether they should or shouldn't be implemented as well, because it has nothing to do with you. And good night, Gringo. It's been lovely meeting you, and I hope to see you again next time. I would like to, MoMA, I'd like to know when the Kansas school system decided I liked everyone and how they decided. Trailhead, I don't know what's happening in Minnesota. You would have to inform me or update me on that one. Even though I disagree with you, still love the stream. Hey, I run a big tent, Gringo. I run a big tent. Wow, you got a big-ass paintbrush, someone. You got a big-ass paintbrush. You're painting just entire swaths. It's amazing how many thousands and hundreds of thousands of people you can color with one swing of your words. It is impressive. I understand that, Skeptic. About the puberty blockers aren't, you know, they put a delay on. And transitionary after, I get it. Not my topic, not my thing. It's like, you know, it's just, in essence, the same thing as like abortion for me. Like, look, that's somebody else's body. You don't get a say in that one. I don't have an opinion on it because it's personal property again, right? Like, that's not my body. I don't get a say in that. So, but yeah. Oh, cool boy. It's so much easier being a gay dude. It's so much easier. Like cool boys, I wish I was hot for dudes. Ordering pizza, playing video games, blowing each other, chilling hard, and never fighting. That sounds wondrous. The never fighting isn't a thing. It does happen. Trust me, we're all human beings. But it is a lot easier being a gay dude. It really is. In a lot of ways. The whole societal acceptance, you know, increasing all the time. Yeah, it's a good gig. It's a good gig. Yeah, and Moomin, I'm sorry. You're not a thing. I do not think you exist. Bisexual people don't exist. That's apparently an opinion I hold. Never mind the fact that I've never expressed it and I don't actually hold it. Someone has informed us that this is the opinion of the homosexuals at large. Because reasons. Momo, yes, I'm finally invisible. Time to rob a bank. The day you rob a bank is the first day of your honest life. Let's see. God.
I commend you for coming on here, because you are basically going to be in front of a firing squad for the next 4 minutes.
Something that Leo said earlier, right?
Yeah.
This is not a camp. This is not a camp.
No, he.
Good on Curio. That's a good one. All right. Why do you think people in the trans community have such high suicide rates? Because of how society treats us, or is it something else? No, it's how society treats you, right? Alienation drives suicide. That's why middle-aged white men have a high rate of suicide. Economic exclusion and alienation within society, and lack of access to mental health care. So pull the economic exclusion, alienation, and a lack of access to proper mental health care. It's a great way to have force people to commit suicide. It really is. And Sergeant Buff, based on the inclusionary language of us, I assume that you're self-identifying as trans in that statement. Yeah, I think it just has to do with societal alienation and lack of mental health care. Because, and don't misconstrue that lack of access to mental health care is like you need fixing sort of thing. It's more, there's a complex set of things at play in your life, and having somebody who you can relate to and converse with and who is accepting goes a very long ways. Even just one person goes a very long ways. So yeah, that societal exclusionary sort of peer pressure group and, lack of access to mental health care thing fucking drives that number through the roof. There's going to be other stuff that contributes and plays into it, of course, because everybody is, everybody's an individual snowflake and you're all different. But there is truth to that. Everybody's going to have their own factors at play. But the truth of the matter is that, when society says you're broken, you're wrong, you're different, and you do not belong, that breaks a kid. It breaks a kid. And if they don't have access to somebody to talk to, then, no support structure, family, that sort of shit, it's a rough road. So yeah, suicide's the way out. It sucks. We do have an increased Sergeant Buff. I see you down there. I'm not caught up to it yet, but wouldn't regular gay people commit suicide? We do have an increase. The LGBT community, the LGB community has an increased rate of suicide as well, especially amongst the youth. It's gotten better over the last few years of acceptance, most assuredly, but it used to be through the roof as well. Teenage rates of teenage suicide amongst gay males for a very long time was very high. So yeah, that actually holds true. Of course they're trying to avoid having a real conversation with me. I mean, Alpha, I'm transgender too. Well, congratulations and welcome, and I love you just as you are, or whatever way you want to be loved. God, some streamers are on here still get drunk on the election fraud and it's fucking. Hey, Rye, what's up? I think there may be some practical experience about the bodies involved in abortion. I'm not going to say anything about change your mind right now. I just wanted to express that. All right, Memphis. Forgive me, I'm catching up on chat. Hey, thank you. Thank you for the bits, Memphis. I love you all just the way you are. I love you just the way you want to be, even if you can't achieve it today. I hate the idea of the state regulating a person's choice, but how many people are involved in decisions where we don't see eye to eye? All right. Hey, thank you for the follow, Alpha. Alpha Kier Dad. Regular gay people. I know, right? Legs, regular gay people. Just, dude, I say that all the time. I'm just a boring old regular gay dude, right? Like I'm, you know, just a regular gay dude at this point. It's just, I mean, it's amazing. It's amazing we've kind of gotten to that point, at least in pockets of our society, right? It may not be the whole fucking country, but it is really, we come a long ways, especially if you talk to somebody like Rabbit, who was there for the fucking marches, you know, and the organizing during the AIDS crisis and stuff like that. I mean, we've come a long ways. Hey, Cobbs. What's up, Cobbs and Cobbs people? If you want to come on the air, Cobbs, you know, you're welcome to. We have a weird ass fucking conversation happening right now. This is fucking crazy as shit. We have somebody who's taken trans acceptance and wrapped it so far around so far around that it has become homophobia. It's wacky as shit. They refuse to come on the air and have a conversation, of course. But that's sort of where we're at. We're talking about sort of LGBT issues, but born of this person's conversation. Like this is wacky as shit. There is no such thing as a male homosexual. There were always destined to be transgendered. Only society and systems have been put into place to push the gay agenda and transform them into gay males rather than the transgendered women that they would have been. It's wacky as shit. Yeah, so that's what we're dealing with right now. Oh, and RV, thank you for the bits. But welcome to the shit show. Well, they have to, RV, they have to actually ask for him. All right, let me just catch up on chat. So how do you think I should come out to my Trumpublican parents? If that's a new one, I mean Trumpublican. I've only recently discovered in the last few years that I'm a man. Sergeant Buff, only after you have a safety net of your own, friends, a safe place to live and go to. I would say that, yeah, you should take your own self-interest in mind. If you think your parents would denounce you, you know, yeah. No worries, Cobbs. Sleep well, rest up. Much love. Thank you for the raid. I shall take care of. I shall coddle and care for your viewers as best I can. Well, I won't coddle you, but I will care for you. Caress you. We share. There's a few trans people in here right now. Let's see. Yeah. Oh, of course, Skeptic. Yeah, they're just fucking going over that. All right, so diet gay. You like low calorie cock. Dirtling, what's the likelihood of a populist takeover in government, or at least the fall of the establishment? Oh God, what do you want, a number, Dirtling? What's the likelihood? Middling. There you go. Even a ripple will hit the digital pond given enough time. Yeah, I like that, PA Love. Hey, thank you for the follow, Rando, dude. Yeah, they're Momo. Yeah, Sergeant Buff, like safety. You gotta be able to, like, Sergeant, you gotta be able to provide for your own safety. That should come first. Even if it's at the expense of expressing your true self for a few years, trust me, don't end up homeless on the street. That's not a situation you want to be in. We are rating from Jake's stream. It's an alt-right stream. Prepare for the alt-right stuff. Prepare. Yeah, okay. We deprogrammed some motherfuckers. Yikes. Oh, hold on. Hoomst. We don't get I don't get who a 3% of the world population is somehow threatening Western civilization. What about masculine gay guys? Again, I'm the one who created the gay agenda TM trademark. It was me. You're welcome, says Cobbs. All right. Yes, a reverse turf. Yes, that's we term them GERFs. Gay exclusionary radical feminist. GERFs, Rando. Yeah. Yeah, Kaiser. Someone's still in here. Still going. Good night, Cobbs. Good night. Do you truly enjoy politics if you're not angry or upset? Hello, I love that. Chance of civil war in the next 20 years? Nah, I think we're too fat and lazy. Well, Alpha, that depends if the Panem et Circenses, bread and circuses. I always prefer the Latin for bread and circuses, though. Panem et Circenses. It depends if the Panem et Circenses gets cut off. If the bread and circuses get cut off, yeah, there's a chance of civil war for sure. You take away like the sports ball and like Mickey D's, shit could get real fast. Mnemonic. Likelihood 5. How do you feel about Medicare for all? I'm fine with it. Polymorphous. I'm sorry, Polymorpheus. I'm a temporally stretched anarchist, right? I advocate for things that are heading in the direction that I want to head. And the first thing that we have to do is alleviate the material conditions of the populace at large. Yes, I know I'm using Marxian terminology here. But we have to alleviate the material conditions before we can start addressing things like the status structure. So my wants and needs as an anarchist won't be met until we meet some of these needs of society, and we can meet them by hijacking this system and utilizing the governmental infrastructure that it currently exists, because we're not in a position to set up a mutual aid network that can take care of the health care of the nation. So we have to implement things like Medicare for all, universal basic income. Then we can alleviate the material conditions of the populace, and once we do that, then we can start having a conversation about dismantling some of this authoritative structure. So I hope that answers your question. Jake from State Farm. I was talking to someone in DM, and he said he wouldn't come on because he doesn't want to be talked over. I said, I doubt you would do that, and just stop replying. It just sounds like a person scared to stand behind their ideas. Oh, well, sorry. You know. It happens, J Miles. Yeah, I give you plenty of fucking room. There've been people I've given plenty of people plenty of rope on my channel, J Miles. So, Sergeant Buff, are you a BBC guy? My boyfriend is an individual of color. Yes. Solaris, this is why they want to get rid of Section 2030. What were you in reference to, though, Solaris? If you're trying to, but I mean, you know, the Section 230 thing is fucking ridiculous. People will call for civil war, but like, I'm good. I'll just stay at home until things blow over. Sports ball and Mickey D's are the only things keeping this country together. No, I truly believe that. I do, on a very real level. Abstracted a little further, of course, it's not McDonald's solely, but yeah, sports ball plus fast food and ready access to food. Yeah, It's a huge thing. The Romans figured that out ages ago. Panametric census works. This is the debate with you and someone you get on Discord. And somebody you get on Discord. Get on Discord. Let's talk. The person. Did you know gay people are really trans? I think we have to look at the reason why people get abortions. It's heartbreaking. Okay, that's still referencing to are they really a feminist? So I have no idea. Frenchest Fry, and love the name by the way, the real Frenchest Fry. French fries aren't French. I have no idea if they identify as that or what they're, but we found the girth terminology to be the most amusing, just stealing the turf thing right out of the gate. I have no idea though. Yeah, if no bread in circuses and homeless, people are kicking off. Exactly, Athena. And welcome, by the way. It's the first time I've seen you, Athena. Actually, I think it's more than 5 trillion. Skeptic. It's stretched over 10 years is how they metric that. But I believe it was like 54 down to 35, based on even a Koch brothers funded study. But yeah, it was quite a bit. It was like 12 or 15 trillion over 10 years, was the savings. I love that you described the change in methods through time. Yeah, I think anybody who advocates for a singular position and doesn't temporally stretch their position isn't understanding how progressive policies work, right? I mean, I can advocate for a stateless society tomorrow, but it's not going to happen. But I could see steps in which we can take that stateless society could be achieved. But we have to head in a direction, right? So I have to moderate and mediate what I advocate for in order to achieve that end goal. Now, I mean, you don't have to hide your end goal. You don't have to be sneaky about it. You know, I'm not a crypto anarchist, you know, but yeah, there's interim steps, and you have to be willing to compromise on those interim steps. That's just how progress works, right? It's not I teleport up 100 miles away instantaneously. It's I take one singular step, and then another, and then another, and so on and so forth. Yeah, no, I really will. I thank you for the regulars in the community that understand my form of praxis. Like, I really will. Someone, come on air. I'll let you espouse and express, but don't think I'm not going to criticize highly. Don't think I'm not going to fucking source check you to high heaven the whole way through. What you are saying is contraindicated to thousands, hundreds of thousands of people's lived experiences. It is borderline delusionary, if not full on. Blink twice if you're actually a trans woman and are being held hostage by society to make you gay. We will send help. Oh crap, I can't blink now. Thank you for the follow, Athena. How do you feel about creating a distributed and integrated network that provides food, water, energy, material, shelter, internet, and education for all to a little no cost using methods that undo and mitigate environmental damage? Polymorpheus, can we do that? How do I feel about that? That's fucking amazing, and we should be doing that. No, I'm for that. Yeah. Yeah, I'm 100% for that. But getting to that position, I mean, it's a big step, right? But again, longest journey, first step, that sort of thing. I don't know why people assume it's okay. I don't mind asking. But I don't understand why people think it's okay to ask gay dudes top or bottom. Like, it's very weird that people think it's okay to ask that of one another, and, you know, bottom. I don't care. Like, I'll tell you, but it is weird that people ask that shit of us. French is fry, and yes, I know they're Belgian. Good. Oh no, I know Ghost. I know that deal. The idea that privatization makes things more cheaper on the taxpayer makes, of course. Gayspiracy trademark. Wait, they're figuring out the gay agenda. They're on to us. Shit, guys. Shut it down. We'll meet back at Fire Island. Where's my focal length right now? There we go. Oh God, here we go. How do I get on air Discord? I have to move you there, Memphis. You join if you want on air. You have to join voice chat, and then I move you to the on air section. Because yeah, it's a controlled thing. Lupe potato. See, as a technologist from way back, Polymorpheus, I was an IT guy from the word go, right? Mainframe terminals, programming, fucking IT consultancy by the age of 25, my own. I 100%. I think that we have engineered ourselves out of all of the problems, but it's just a matter of willpower, right? Like, it is simply, we've got most of the problems solved. As far as necessities and, infrastructure and that sort of thing, it's just a matter of logistics, organization, economics, and willpower at the end of the day. So I'm with you on that one. We just need to fucking do it. So this is the Iranian stance. If you're gay, let's force you to transition. Apparently so. Yeah, it's like asking random straight couples, missionary or doggy style? Thoughts on trans racialism? I think it's fucking wacky. I'll just put it that way. Stop hating on Elon. I love that. Reverse mining, where we mine from the underground. Yeah, good luck with that. Someone still with the bangers out there. Someone fucking just hammering out the bangers. Everyone, someone, if you haven't figured it out, is our GERF. Craziest fucker I've seen in ages, and I talk to actual neo-Nazis. Yeah, like Proud Boys and neo-Nazis and fucking neo-libs and authoritarians of all sorts. Craziest shit I've heard in a while. Yeah, definitely a new take. Love it. Love it. Love it. Rando, hang on. For those that want it, hang on. For those that are looking for the Discord link, I know Rando, you've queued it a few times. For those of you that are new or want on the Discord or whatever, there you go. There's a valid Discord link, for the time being. So Rando, it's in chat right now. It's over. I've infiltrated your base and stolen the gay agenda. I know all of your secrets. It's too late to stop me. For example, Canada spends more on dental care, which is not covered under universal health care, than dental care in Norway and Sweden, where it's nationalized. Imagine that. The gay agenda. 1, be fierce. 2, slay. And 3, watch your ass. You're insane, someone. I love it. I wish you would fucking jump on air and have a conversation. I would love to pick your brain. Ace, in fact, this was well known in the 70s and 80s. No evidence cited. Before the community came under the control of homosexual white guys. Oh, catch you later, Athena. Be well. If society is expected to accept transgender lives, maybe we'll decide that, Rando. Maybe the trans racialism will end up being that. I think it's odd. I think it's odd. Yeah. Something about it rings inauthentic or politically motivated. That it doesn't seem like it's coming from a place of honesty. But maybe it is, and that's fine. But something about it feels slightly off. Would I have a conversation with Nick Fuentes? Yes. He had a video spread around a little while ago about how he believed that like the government might come and fucking capture him and force him to be transgender and shit. Yeah, that dude's crazy. I would love to talk to him. That'd be fun. That would be fun. Sure. Polymorpheus. I got you. All right, let me kill the music. This will let me catch up on chat too for a second. Hang on.
Here we go. Plan D. Medicare for all is not enough. We need to multiply the amount of all medical staff and medical educators. We can do this by creating a digital archive of lectures on all subjects, courses, and textbooks related to medicine and teaching, and giving access to the archives to all citizens so they can learn at their own pace. Compensate the teachers and textbook authors by forgiving their loans, reducing their taxes, and so on. Also, create facilities for mass testing and hands-on training to speed up the certification acquisition process. The goal is to create educators that will train more educators that will train medical staff until we reach a point where we have more than enough teachers and medical staff to train and treat as many people as possible. If the United States can give billions of dollars to other countries with no strings attached, the United States can afford to fund this plan. We have to do this as soon as possible.
There you go. I've already forgotten who posted that. I'm sorry. No, it's below that. Way below that. Oh, Polymorpheus. So there you go, Polymorpheus. All right. Oh, and let me get back to that. There we go. Yeah, Estrella. I'm more in that camp. That seems a more honest, like, if human beings got past the point of even dealing with like racial lines like that, I think that feels more honest of a trans racialism. I think that's a good way to put it. That hopefully we'd get rid of the concept of race entirely before we got to that point. Something about it just feels off to me. But again, maybe it's just it's a new concept and I'm unused to it and I have some conditioned inherent biases to it. But there is something to it that feels inorganically politically motivated. Yeah, I don't care about your opinion on really anything. Your barely holding on to reality at this point. So you can speak on any topic you want, but I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if you tried to convince us that this guy was in fact out to get us all, and it was a sentient being looking to stab us in our sleep. Like, I'm concerned about you, quite frankly. I'm worried about you. Wait, hang on. What are you talking about, Wolf? Oh, Fuentes blocked you because you liked a tweet that made fun of him. Jesus Christ. How petty can you be? How else am I supposed to get an Ivy League, into an Ivy League school with subpar grades without being fair? Cat, that was my opinion, Cat. As soon as I read that, by the way, that sentiment, Cat, was exactly what I was like, oh, you know. Yes, Lupe, the channel points are called Soros Bucks. Yeah. Do you want to live in a total world, Kai? No, Ghost. I enjoy laying out in the sun. I enjoy beaches. I enjoy, you know, no, mountain air. No, I don't want to live in a tunnel world. Especially one ruled by Elon. The clouds are actually government drones scouting and looking to find straight men to turn them into trans women. Scary times we live in. Yeah, exactly, hello. No. Hello, it would be to find straight men to turn into gay men, because remember, the agenda points you in the direction of gay, not trans. So, hello. Remember. If you talk about the fact that Nick Fuentes shit his pants in high school, he will immediately block you. Interesting. Well, in case... Skeptic, in case I'll attempt to file that away, that if I'm ever in a debate or a conversation with Nick Fuentes and I'm done with it, just to bring up the high school pants shitting incident to move on past it. Oh, your stretch, Momo. Oh. Oh, my hip popped. All right. The year is 2021. The year is 2199. The lib shits won. Being straight is now illegal. You are at an underground straight wedding. Suddenly, the trans squad bursts in with pink assault rifles. They found you. You try to run, but they catch your wife and transgenderize her. You are now gay. This is the future if the libtards win. This ad was paid for by the Gavin McInnes for President Super PAC. Sorry about the, no, they got me. Oh, Rando. Yeah, Rando. It's an auto trigger for the chuds that actually used libtard unironically. So don't worry about it. Sorry you got caught up in it. But yeah, it's for the chuds that we actually engage with as a form of channel praxis. And they use libtard unironically. So yeah, I have a trigger off of Stream Elements that makes fun of them for using it. Do I keep tabs on the general strike in India? I'm not keeping tabs on it. I did follow it for 10 days, 12 days. But I'm not actively keeping tabs on it at this point in time, Polymorpheus. But if you are and you have any updates you want to share, by all means, we will cover them and I will talk about them. Fuckers are enjoying that trigger, aren't you? There's only one boot I like to lick, and it's my boyfriend's. Well, good on you. We don't kink shame. Well, we may make fun of it a bit, but we're not kink shaming. We all got our thing. Trump is alive. Yes, he is. Barely. But he is. Congratulations. No, that isn't the only one, but I'm not gonna fucking show my hand, Ghost. Gender roles, the gender perceived by others, and the subjective experience of one's own gender are separate. From there, one can dive into how they are constructed. Jesus Christ. What gives validity to transgender people in society? Is it... Oh, you mean neurodivergence associated with it is a belief that the choice is valid in and of itself? I mean, if you really want to get down to it, brass tacks, philosophically speaking, what gives validity to transgender people in society is the same thing that gives any people validity in society. One, people, and two, society. I mean, that's brass tacks. But you don't need to, there isn't, you know, neurodivergence doesn't necessarily need to be a factor in this. But yeah, what makes them valid? Because they're people and their experiences should be recognized and validated. And if somebody's telling you this, then who are you to... I mean, I'm gay, right? Like, this is my experience. I'm telling you, I have no sexual attraction to women. Just the concept of female genitalia freaks me out a little bit. And if you were to come at me with, you know, well, you know, that's not really how you are supposed to be. That's not how you are. You just need the right woman. You're invalidating my experience. Their validity is the fact that they're a thinking, feeling human being who's telling you this is their experience. And that's really the beginning, middle, and end of the conversation. Really shouldn't need to go any further than that. Oh, I have the beta for you, French fry. If you want the beta one. Yeah, oh yeah, hello, that's for sure. Callahan, I am neither of those things. I'm an actual God-fearing, except without the belief in God. I'm an anarchist, right? I will advocate for a democratic socialist position as a transitory step on the road to something else, in order to address the material conditions of the society that we live in order to free the people from further oppression. But yeah. How do you feel about space colonization? It freaks me out. One, I'm a technologist, right? We're headed there, right? I think it's great that we're headed there. I want to head there, but it terrifies me the fact that we're headed there before we got our shit together. Polymorpheus, the idea of this version of ourselves spreading out into space. Talk about a shit ton of problems. So if someone decides to be trans, again, your language choice, rando. If someone decides to be trans, no one decides to be trans, right? It's just like I didn't decide to be gay, right? It's not how it works. All right? I didn't wake up one day and be like, you know, not really getting women. Maybe I should try the dudes. Yeah, I think that'll work better for me. You know, I got a kind of a Twinkie thing going on anyway. Fucking, that'll, you know, pay dividends. Yeah. Nick Fuentes, I believe we're still talking about here. Nick, who is a Nazi, identifies as a hyper-paleo-conservative. Okay. Not even going to unpack that. Not even going to try to unpack that. There's nothing more conservative than a monarchy, which is true. That's Burkean philosophy. Modern conservatism finds its roots in Burkean philosophy. Edmund Burke advocated for maintenance of the monarchy over the as the maintenance of the status quo during the French Revolution. So that's accurate. But in one clip, he said that communism is when the government owns the means of production, which, yeah. There are monarchies in medieval Europe where the government owned the means of production, so monarchies communist, what happened to them being conservative? No, you're looking for consistency within Nick Fuentes' belief system, skeptic. Useful to know that information if you happen to be engaging in the dialectic or debating with Nick Fuentes. But the truth of the matter is, if you're in a parasocial relationship or just a casual viewer with Nick Fuentes, then, I mean, the dude's, of course he's going to be rife with inconsistencies. I love how people have just started to ignore someone entirely. Just citizen study about yes, Ghost. I did see the thing. Hey, thank you for the follow, Lupe. I did see the study with the cow feed. It is a fascinating development. And based on what I read, it was accidental. It almost, what was it, 90 or 99% of emissions reduced, 40% growth rates. I mean, the implementation of that alone would be revolutionary. Sure, why not, Rando? Right, I'm not saying they decided to be trans. I'm offering a thought experiment where someone just decided to be trans and whether they'd also be validated. You're valid because you're a human being. That's it. That's it. No, I agree. Frenchist fry. I agree. For someone who claims to be conservative, he should know his shit. Yeah, good luck with that. Yeah, 98, 99%. Yeah, it was a staggering percentage of emissions reduction with the inclusion of that. It was impressive. Oh God. Now they found a partner in someone. This is why homosexual men don't think male bisexuality is a real thing. It's a real thing. There's at least one homosexual male that thinks bisexual males are a real thing. They're a real thing. I know them. I know some. There's some in my community. These blanket, always never statements that you make someone are just the work of a zealot, of a fundamentalist. Ready for some PragerU cringe? Oh, God.
Statues of great historical figures, like Robert E. Lee, are being torn down across America. Here are some facts about Lee that remind us why his statue should remain. Robert E. Lee was connected to George Washington through his father, Light Horse.
Polymorpheus, I don't think I can. I'm not 100% sure I can make it through this video. Like, I literally, a video dedicated to try and defend Robert E. Lee statues. I'm not 100% I can make it through that. Yes, it is. I'm scanning it really quickly. Whoever asked, is this the pro-slavery one? Based on what I'm seeing, you know, the fucking putting down the attempted slave rebellion by radical abolitionist John Brown. Yeah. Yeah, it's the pro-slavery one. Should society have to recognize and reorganize based on a choice? We do that all the time. Rando. We literally do that all the time. On a capitalist whim, we do that. Based on the decisions and choices made by people who own and operate this country, our entire society swings. We literally do that now. We just do it with an elitist attitude. Yeah, this is the pro-slavery one. Yeah, I skimmed it really quickly. I don't think I can make it through that. Thank you for sharing, though, Polymorpheus. I think I found my limit. Hey, someone. Fuck you. With all the love that my mutual aid and solidarity-filled anarchist heart has. Fuck you. You only say that for political reasons. How you construct your own sexuality is based on your biology, prevents you from really believing in it. You're right. You're right. You know me better than I know myself, someone. thank you for enlightening me. Thank you for bringing this ray of sunshine and knowledge and wisdom into my channel. I don't know what I would have been or how I would have gone on in my life without you. Truly, you are the most enlightened person I have ever met. Clearly, we should, I don't know, foist you to some sort of national position so we can all bask in the glory that is your omniscience. Estrella, I'm 38. It is astounding the level of confidence that you speak on other people's life experience, knowledge, and understanding of the world. It is astounding. Neoliberal hyper-capitalism, Callahan, got us into the position that we sit today, where there's thousands of people dying every day. There are tens of millions of people unemployed. We're facing an eviction crisis. We're facing the absolute collapse of the environmental ecosystems that surround us. That is what neoliberalism got us. It got us everything falling apart. So I look forward to that conversation. It'll be fun. Hey, ball. Fuck Mitch, and fuck Mitch. That is all. Or maybe we'll thank him in the long run because this is going to trigger people. Yeah, it will. No, the response to the pandemic is what ruined us. Hey. Hunter. Been a while since we've seen you. Created December 10th. 20-day-old account. Well, I'm glad you're alive and kicking, Hunter. Yeah, you are. You're one of 2 2013 accounts that I've seen tonight. I've seen yours before a ghost. But yeah, you definitely got an OG shit.
Pra você matar essa barrigudinha. Quero ver se é bom mesmo. Quero ver se tem intestino. Você acha que não? Tá bom.
That's Kasasha,
não matou,
isn't it?
Não, tem pouquinho ainda, ó. Vai perder.
It is. That's hardcore liquor. Wow, cat. Wow. Yeah, that's a rough night. All right, so let me scroll back up. Neoliberalism is where you identify a problem but come up with the most dumb fuck solution. I can get behind that definition, Great Wave. And welcome. And thank you for the follow, Great Wave. In case I did or didn't say that. I saw it come up. I had another account, but I got a new phone and couldn't get past the 2. Well, it is what it is. Welcome back, Hunter. Be sure to follow me so your new account gets a notification. Look at that shamelessness. Ugh. But it works. It works. I've spoken with YouTube creators before, and they say like the videos in which they say like and subscribe, the numbers are far superior to the ones where they don't say it. It works. Oh. Oh no, I know who owns Twitch. Ghost. Yeah, it's why I actively, you know, for the longest time I tried to tell people to not fucking pay and not. It didn't work. Oh, I didn't see that part. I could have sworn
Você matar essa ela.
Oh.
E aí, Marcelo? O
Oof.
que aconteceu aí?
Yeah, that's hardcore passed out, cat. Good old South American news. Oh, yes. We talked. We have Polymorpheus. Thank you. I always love when people feed me headlines, though. That wasn't sarcasm. I don't know if it came off as, but I really do appreciate it. We have a regular viewer, premarital handholder, who is English and literature professor, PhD level, who is Argentinian. And we have been following this for quite some time, actually. And yeah, we did a little celebration earlier in the stream in recognition of the Argentinian governance passing that. Big fucking deal, especially in that part of the world. I just got to someone's, I don't know, last fucking comment. Jesus Christ. You roll out all the hits. Yeah, Ghost. Bits, the subs are split with Twitch and the streamer. Bits are given whole cloth to the streamer, but you pay as a viewer a premium to purchase them. So yeah, that's how that works. Yeah, French is fried. That's exactly what I was like. Oh Jesus, we're rolling out the zoophilia now. Just. Yeah, why are you tagging me? North America would get absolutely steamrolled if Russia and China teamed up. Not militarily. And I don't, you know, okay. Oh, we're still, Jesus Christ, a few of you are still tagging the abortion conversation that was happening. Wow. No reason not to pass it. Abolishing Section 230, Hunter, would make it so you can't speak, basically. A lot of your positions would create a legal liability for platforms. You do understand that, right? Section 230 is what keeps social media companies from kicking most people off of their platforms. I mean, that's the truth of the matter. Like, the repeal of Section 230 would be devastating. Hell yeah, we're still on it. Well, you do you, guys. Yes, no, Hable, it's the same one. It's the same one. You're not confused. Oh yeah, great wave mark. If you have to understand, someone is like full on delusionary. They've taken trans acceptance and wrapped it so far around in that they've created homophobia out of it. That there is no such thing as a gay homosexual male, that all homosexual males are created by inflicting the gay agenda upon them, and that those that would express these tendencies in youth are actually destined to become transgender. And it's only because of interference from the agenda that they become gay males. So understand this is the position that they're arguing from and what they're arguing for, and let that color your interaction as well. Yeah, some Alex Jones shit. Fix your mask, it's slipping. Ghost, the 300 bits for $3 is a one-time first purchaser deal. That's the rate goes up a little bit after that. I'm with you, Estrella. I'm with you. I'm of the opinion either they are epic grade troll, in which case mad props. Mad props. But if they're serious, yeah, we need to study them. Like that's a research project worth doing. No, you've been saying that from moment one. The very first fucking block of text that you pumped up. Yeah, probably Memphis. Probably. The subs are good for numbers, but the bits are more direct. Yeah. Wave mark. We have no idea. We have no idea. And we can't get a straight answer. But bump. Oh, Jesus, Hunter. I know, right? Like, that's the thing. Like I said, if they are a troll, epic grade. Hey, thank you, Momo. Compiled correctly, you could get a PhD out of this paper. Yeah, I've seen people misunderstand sexuality versus gender, but this is ascended level, right? Like, it's... They've been trying... Chat's been trying to get them on Discord this entire fucking time. What's John up to? John stopped by earlier. John is playing Dream Daddy, a dad dating simulator. Oh, Jesus, John. Oh, nope. He just rolled over to Kamazot's. All right. Persons. Oh, yeah, of course they are. Skeptic. You're a big boy. You can Oh, yeah, I don't know. One bad take to rule them all. Of course. I'm not gay. I was just masturbating with his body, I swear. Oh my god, Ghost. Sappho and her friend rolling it out, Frenchist. What's my take on transhumanism? I am a transhumanist. Not in that weird eugenic. I know sometimes it ends up in weird eugenics and shit like that. Just the fact that I think that we have always been transhumanist. From the moment we picked up a stone and hit something with it because it wasn't as hard as our fist, right? It's always been a constant evolution of adopting and bringing technology in closer, right? It's what's transhumanism? It's a philosophy of adapting humankind utilizing technology, right? Long form, there's some interesting ramifications. What would be my ideal body mind? Be like one that works. I have progressive small fiber neuropathy, so my body is eating away at my small fiber nerve cells. So I'm in constant pain and discomfort. So a body that works would be great. That'd be useful. So I just go as far as that. Momo is in the same sort of camp. That, you know, definitely could use a new body. Yeah. So my opinion, Kaiser's a transhumanist already. I got up my metal rod and my leg and hip. Cannabis help? No, cannabis makes it worse, in fact. A mind that works would be cool, too. Oh, I could think of a few people who could be first in line for that one. Yeah. So, you know, yeah, I think we've always been transhumanists. I think it's a constant state of humanity, right? Glasses are transhumanist. A hammer is transhumanist. You can't hit that thing that hard, so you need to augment your body utilizing a tool or technology. So you use a hammer rather than that. Your eyes don't work that well, so you utilize lenses, lenticular technology in order to augment that. We've always been transhumanist. It's just a matter of bringing it closer. That's all. So I think we've always been on that path. We will always be on that path. And now it's just a matter of how far down that path we walk. Femboy will take a new pancreas. What about mind uploading? I'm down for the hive mind. Yeah, I'm down. Like a progressively increasing augmentation of the human form. Yes, great wave, Mark. You know, I mean, there's various degrees and modalities of transhumanism. But, I mean, just think cyberpunk. You know, replacing an arm. You know, or titanium bones, or ocular implants, or neural uplinks, neural weaves or meshes. You know, it's all on the table. I think transhumanist takes that aren't eugenicist and racist are pretty based. Yes, exactly at Theta. Like, I know it does end up in that territory sometimes. It's very uncomfortable when that happens, especially as, you know, a lifelong technologist who I love technology. I think it's caused a whole bunch of problems, but it can cause a whole bunch of good too. I think we can push our way out of this using it. But yeah, it's just fucking. We have to address the class issue first, though. Before we do big leaps and bounds, huge leaps and bounds in transhumanist technology, we need to address the class issue, or else we're gonna end up with some like Elysium, that was a Matt Damon movie. We're gonna end up with like the rich and powerful, basically functionally immortal on a fucking satellite ring or some shit, and then the rest of us left down on Earth to suffer in the Dust Bowl. So yeah, we need to deal with the class warfare shit first. Exactly, mnemonic. And welcome back, Skeptic. I just told Chemazots the story about the somebody guy. They were like, what? Why is that? There it is. It was one away.
I'm like fucking curious.
Oh, yeah, I see you. Cool. Yeah, I just toggled over there. Yeah, they are, I think. All right, I've been on the air for 5.5 hours. I think it's been a highly productive stream. It's been one of the weirdest fucking streams I've had in memory. Thank you, someone, for that one. You, in no small part, contributed to lore that will be talked about for probably years to come. For those of you that came in from Cobbs' channel, and found a place, hey, Fascist Fox, well, we're just headed out. If you haven't already, throw me a follow. I'm on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 5:30 p.m. Pacific U.S. time, and Tuesday, Thursdays, 11:30 p.m. Pacific time. I am on 5 days a week, unless I take a day off for health reasons, one way or the other. Yeah. Yeah, I definitely, it was an interesting stream. Let's just put it that way. So let's see who is on. Hang on, because we're gonna raid out. Come on, there you go. So I'm thinking either Clydeson or Curio. Do you guys feel like comedy or like based farming? Comedy. Hopefully with 100% less someone. Clydeson, yeah, Clydeson does based farming, and Curio is a bro from the podcasting days, and he's comedy. Comedy. All right, I'm seeing comedy. Farming. There's one for farming. Two for farming. Comedy 3. 4 for comedy. It looks like comedy's probably gonna have it unless there's a flood of farming. Ghost, he meant farming. Oh, Fascist bringing up the farming with 3, 5, and 3. Yeah. Comedy's probably gonna pull it out. Boys, girls, and everything in between. 4. Close split. Quick, someone make some odds. Momo. Clydeson does Moomin for Comedy 6 pulling ahead. Sorry, 7 pulling ahead. Clydeson does farming as a form of praxis, right? A way to alleviate and uplift and remove yourself from the supplication of, the coercion of the economic system that we find ourselves in. What I will do, for those of you that are either way, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to shout out both of them. And there we go. So there, Clydeson does farming as a form of practice, and Curio is like I said, a bro from the podcasting days. So I think I'm gonna raid out to Curio, but I will not be bothered, and Curio won't be offended if you want to ditch out to go visit Clydeson. Thank you, Memphis. Yes. Hey, Rabbit. Nice of you to join us. Hey, Rabbit. Before we leave, there has been the most insane conversation that has been happening on this channel involving someone, literally that's their username, advocating the position that gay homosexuals don't actually exist, and that what it is that youth who are have these proclivities would actually end up transgendered if the gay agenda wasn't forced upon them by schools and societies. I thought you might have an interesting, yes, so I'm trans? Yeah, I thought you might have an interesting feeling about that or two. So, if you want to watch, start around like maybe the 3.5 hour mark of this show, and good luck. Because nobody else can figure this shit out. He has to change what I said as a form of identity defense. No, I read what you put on air. It will be there for Rabbit to hear for himself. Someone, you have been advocating for positions that I am not alone. Not a single person in chat has been able to figure out what the fuck you're on about. Straight up calling you delusionary. Like, it's insane. Oh, yes, and we don't believe bi people exist. By the nature of us being homosexuals, we are all in denial that bi people exist. Just an automatic given. It has been batshit insane. Now, with that being said, oh, let me close that window. With that being said, let's raid out to Curio, because I am done with this bullshit. Like, all people, even all bi people, even the hot ones? Yes, even the hot ones. I'm sorry. Yes, and the education system's at fault. It has been batshit insane. So, I'll see you over on Curios. We'll talk about a bit more up there. For the rest of you who are new, and those that may not be, kaisthings.com, KAIS things.com. You can catch all my stuff, replays, the VODs, old podcast episodes. Oh, yeah. Hang on. Let me get you, for, if you want that, let me get you that. For any of the new ones. There you go. Great Wave Mark. There's the Discord server link. and anybody else who wants it. I will leave it up there for the moment. So you're welcome. It has been so weird. So weird. I love you all. I hope you're all as well as you can be. Till next time, folks. Now let's get this raid started. What can we get it up to? What do we have? All right, fuckers.
Did it all for the whoa. What up, Kai?
It has been fucking insane.